all again.
Who's Brock?
Yet he is no ordinary man.
Hello, hello, welcome back everyone. Welcome back to Dojo All-Stars. We are just getting started here with the second round. Hope everyone is doing well. Yeah, second round just started here. Very exciting event. I'm very happy to be here, do commentary on these games. We've got some of our Dojo All-Stars, some of our favorites, playing against some of my personal best friends in the chess world. So it's pretty fun for me. For example, here we have Karma Eyelash playing against International Master Teddy Coleman. Teddy's a very good friend. We've done some training together in person a couple of times, you know. So we're good pals, but I'll be very clear, guys. I'm rooting for the dojo today. You know, nothing personal against the invited stars. I love them all very much, but this weekend's all about the Dojo All-Stars. Yeah, I also like rooting for the underdogs, so that's part of my decision as well. Now here we just have the first game between Sophie and Teddy. This looks like this was a theoretical semi-Slav. We'll back up through the opening, we'll check it out. Let me actually get the standings going here. Actually, let me ask DM about that. Okay, so for this round, we also have Casa playing against Alexa, Evan playing against Katerina Nemtsova, and Josiah playing against Fizzy. So let's bring those games up as well. So you guys can see the usernames if you want to go follow the games live. Here, oh, I need to flip the board so we see from Evan's point of view. There we go. And let's see, we're also going to check out Fizzy Band and Alexa. Whoops. All right, in a little bit, we're going to have Mitch joining us for the commentary, so that'll be fun. Personally, I feel like it's very easy to guess who's on the dojo account. But maybe I have an unfair advantage. Yeah, we got to talk about Katarina's sweater here with the Rosen merch. Unbelievable. Oh, no, I've been tasked. I need to send her some dojo merch, actually. Maybe we should send all these folks some dojo gear for the future. Okay, well, let's start with this game. We got Evan against Katarina here. This looks like a Catalan. So Evan starts knight f3, d5, d4, knight f6, c4, e6. Okay, so we get kind of like classic Queen's Gambit declined. And here we have the Catalan. So Katarina takes, bishop g2, bishop d7, knight e5, bishop c6. Takes, castles, queen d7. Yeah, I feel like this is like a new fashion, new trendy line for black. That's supposed to be pretty aggressive. But as far as I understand, quite risky as well. Because basically what black has done is black has given up their light scored bishop, and they've castled queenside against the Catalan bishop. So like, I haven't played the Catalan for many years. I used to play it when I was maybe 2200 or so, and yeah, back then this did not exist as a line, and so to my eyes it looks absolutely crazy to go for it. But it's some new kind of theory, so I'm sure it's very playable, and black probably gets their counterplay like h5, h4, and using the d5 square. So I'm sure it's not an easy position for white, but yeah, optically it looks very, very dangerous for black to do this. I mean, it's like a dragon, right? It's very similar structure where you just like get this bishop, open c file, like yeah. So, but we'll see what Katarina comes up with here. So far, Evan looks very comfortable. He is has barely spent any time with the 30-second increment. Right, started with 90 minutes and more or less in his book, looks like. And this queen e2, this seems very, very typical to just try to pick up the pawn. Daring black to play b5. I don't think we're gonna see, if b5 happens, I'm gonna get out of my chair for a moment. I don't think we're gonna see b5. Yeah, so here we have the round 2 pairings under me. Hey, Zan13, the 5 gifted subs. Thanks so much. Yeah, b5, b3. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, thank you very much, Sant. Much appreciated. So knight d5 played after a little bit of a think. Now, I know Katarina pretty well. We worked together as a commentary team for the US Open earlier this year, and that was a lot of fun. And then she had actually a very good run at the US Women's Championship that I was following. And her one issue, as far as I know, is that she just spends way too much time. So if we see her drifting into time trouble, let me just say this is pretty normal for her. And this is going to be Evan's big chance. If he can get her low on time in a really sharp, complicated position, like he has, I think, an excellent chance of going for the upset. But obviously he still has to play good moves here. Anything wrong with taking on c4 here? No, I think that's going to be white's next move, most likely. Maybe he can consider trying to pick up the pawn with his knight instead, like knight d2, knight takes c4. Has some sense as well. I don't imagine black is really going to want to play like c3 and give white a lot more time. Open b file, open c file. You know, let me just put that on the board. Like something like this, and then black goes back. Like this just looks, I don't know, extremely scary, to put it mildly. When you have two rooks like open files against the enemy king, this is how tactics happen. You know, this is like 5-7 moves before a puzzle rush. Essentially, this is what that starts to kind of look like. So maybe knight d2 is a thought here and try to take on c4. Yeah, clearly David has never seen this line. It is a thing, but I'm with you. Like, I've never really looked into it, so optically it's just like, I like white's position. Queen takes c4, very natural. I don't see anything wrong with that. Knight can come out to c3 to just challenge the knight on d5. White can always push for e4 if they want to. Okay, in h5. So yeah, I think this is how black basically has to play this position, right? They just go for a very, very immediate counterattack. And yeah, that's why these positions, I think, are not trivial for white by any stretch. Because black's play is also very, very direct. G5, F5, Queen H7, like it's all coming. All right, so let's jump to Comrade Eilish against Teddy. And wow, Comrade with an hour and 37. Hold on, how much time are they starting with? I thought they were starting with 90 minutes. Oh yeah, Sophie's just been playing instantly. So we have Semislav. Teddy's played this one before. This is known as the Moran variation. Bishop d3. White just goes straight into it. And yeah, this is, I mean, used to be considered one of the sharpest variations in all of chess. Queen c7. I'm sure Teddy has seen this position before many times. Takes, bishop c2, bishop d6, knight g5, knight f8, f4. I think these lines really kind of blew up during the Anand Kramnik World Championship match, if I'm not mistaken. In fact, one of the big stories of that match from 2008 was that Anand just kind of blew Kramnik out of the water in these positions. He wasn't necessarily like better prepared than Kramnik, but they were both going for these positions and they were just extremely dynamic. And Anand won 2 games as black, which in a world championship match is like insane. Like imagine scoring a goal in soccer, like how good that is supposed to be because it's so rare, but doing it with black, like even even rarer than scoring a goal in like World Cup soccer. So yeah, that was that felt like the decisive kind of point of that match. So these positions are insanely sharp. Yeah, I mean, to this day, continue to be super theoretical. So queen e2, h6, knight f3, bishop takes f4, And it seems like Sophie is just sacrificing a pawn here. I mean, playing instantly. Sophie's also a player who tends to get into time trouble pretty frequently. So the fact that she moving this quickly is wow. This is move 21, and like every move from Sophie has come instantly. That's crazy. So yeah, Karma Eyelash has come well prepared. Yeah, it's like scoring a goal in soccer from like beyond the halfway mark, right? You just like kick the ball randomly and it somehow bounces over everyone. And oh, I'm sorry, I have the wrong cameras. There we go. Yeah, that's gonna happen a lot, guys, because I have the cameras on different scenes here, and then I gotta switch games as well. So yeah, bear with me. Yeah, actually, David, I'm reusing this template. I'll send it to you as well. From when we did the rapid matches, where we had like, you know, 2 players just playing like a couple of games rapid. I think Mitch and Sophie played a few of those actually. But yeah, great layout. So yeah, I mean, Teddy, I believe knows these positions pretty well, and yeah, he's already been thinking here. Knight g4, he spent almost 10 minutes, which indicates that he is likely, I'm not sure, but likely out of book. g3, queen c7, e5, knight d7. But the position, of course, is still extremely sharp, because, well, just look at it. King on g1, bishop on this long diagonal, black's king, like, no pawn cover, just these pawns are very far advanced. White has a weakness on e5 that I think black wants to be very careful about taking. Some pressure on the f-file. But white is going to challenge the diagonal at some point, I think, with bishop e4 or knight e4. And that seems like a decision white should make at some point, because both of these pieces want to use the e4 square, and the question is, do you want to leave yourself with the bishop or with the knight that can jump to d6? But of course, e5 pawn always has to be taken care of as well. So very, very sharp position. I don't even know where I would... I think I would just begin by looking at either of these moves and seeing if they make sense. Of course, h3 is also a thought, because this move is very forcing. And that black's knight doesn't have a lot of moves, and black might need to do something like bishop takes f3 and take on e5. Yeah, this would be a very forcing move worth considering. Time control is 90 plus 30. So yeah, there was a comment about the Semislav being known as a solid opening. Well, many openings, you know, can go in different directions. I think the Semislav is one of them. It can lead to some of the sharpest positions in chess, and also some pretty dry positions. Other openings that can do that include the Grunfeld, King's Indian. Like, you can get some really dry positions out of the King's Indian sometimes. The Nimzo can really vary, you know, from being ultra sharp to very quiet, you know, symmetrical. But yeah, does black castle queenside often? It happens in quite a few variations, actually. Yeah, it happens in Botvinnik Semislav. anti-Moscow gambit, and now the Moran. So 3 variations right there where it happens. Yeah. Trying to think actually what openings tend to queenside castling the most often. This might even be one of them. Okay, let's check out another game. So we'll come back to this one. So Karmat Eilish finally thinking for the first time in this game, which either means 97 not part of their prep, or you know, we're out of book already and thinking on our own. Let's see. Sorry for the noise. Yeah, it looks like Sophie is pretty much thinking at this point. Yeah, so, all right, we're gonna get into it. Now, in my experience with this time control, 90 plus 30, the time really matters a lot, especially OTB. Maybe online it's not as big of a deal because it might feel a little bit longer, but OTB, you have to be really careful not to run low on time because there's no second time control. Once you're lower than the opponent, it's really tough to get back, and you're just under time pressure for the whole game. So bishop e4 played. And so this lets white keep the e5 pawn defended after bishop takes e4, queen takes e4. Or if knight takes e5, then white can throw this one in and the knight is going to be lost, because this one's with check. And even if it wasn't with check and black was like, oh, I can go knight takes f3 here, so tricky, there's still bishop takes f3. So it doesn't work. All right. Okay, let's jump to another game. Let's see. Next up we have Casa against Alexa. And here Alexa is playing black, so let me actually flip their cameras. There we go. And what is happening here? Oh man, this is heck of a position. Okay, let's back it up. Let's back it up. Now, Casa Corley here, international master. He's done quite a few lectures for the US Chess School, which are on YouTube. Those are very, very high quality. If you have not seen those yet, I strongly encourage you to check those out. He is a very, very good teacher, and he always comes up with some really deep stuff. Alexa, of course, one of our regulars, always hanging around in chat and playing the events. So we get a slot with g3. Okay, so normally you're not really supposed to do this against the Slav, like the so-called Catalan setup. This isn't really a thing here because black hasn't blocked off their bishop, and they've just played c6, which means they can definitely take and try to hold on to this pawn. There are different ways of playing this position. Bishop f5, I think, is also fully justified in just saying like, okay, I'm going to get my bishop out. And this is actually rock solid. Like, I think this position is, it's not like a normal Catalan, because a normal Catalan, the bishop is stuck on c8, and that gives white long-term pressure. Here, I think black just solves all their problems because the bishop can fight for the light squares in the center just fine. But d takes c4 is also justified because black can hold on to this pawn, but it's very, very risky. I think it's a very ambitious approach. So bishop g2, g6, castles bishop g7, knight c3. Okay, we often see white playing knight a3, trying to win the pawn back, but then maybe c3, black can give the pawn back under better circumstances. So knight c3, castles e4. So Casa just takes the center. Just like, okay, I'm just going to play for compensation. You can do whatever you want with your pawn. I just want, like, get everything out. Queen e2, rook a d1, etc. So b5, queen e2, bishop b7, e5, knight d5, e6. Okay. So yeah, just playing for total disruption in black's structure. And it looks very annoying for black. Yeah, knight g5 coming, knight e4, knight c5. So f6, and now h4. And now he just wants to go h5 and knight h4. And the light scores are going to be a big problem for black. Bishop b4, queen g4. So yeah, this is looking extremely dangerous already for Alexa. I'm sorry to say, but I don't like his position at all. I think Kasa's just playing like fantastic game so far. h5, knight c7, and then this is the live position. And so it's white to move. He can take, he can go knight h4. I think taking makes sense first so that we open up the h5 square. And then queen can come in, bishop e4, king g2, rook h1. It doesn't look nice, guys. It really doesn't look nice. Yeah, this one's going to be tough for black. I mean, somehow he needs to find some counterplay, but it's going to be really difficult to do because white just has a very clear weakness that they can attack, and it's going to be tough to deal with this one. Maybe you'll have to go f5 somewhere, but takes knight h4 is already a problem, provoking g5. Because then once black plays g5, then it's very difficult to play f5. Without losing the g5 pawn, or after knight f5, for example. And then bishop on g7 is bad, bishop on b7 is bad. I mean, imagine white gets knights on f5, e4, c5, it's like, oof. But okay, Kasa still has to be extremely precise here. The position doesn't fully like play itself, like you still have to make moves. Yeah, black can go queen d6 at some point, absolutely, and try to put pressure on this one. But the moment is white to play, so he has a tempo here. So he can strengthen this one if he wants, or he can go for, also go bishop h3, but I'm expecting he's going to do something more forcing here, like knight h4, which will kind of push black to play, well, to play against white's threats. I mean, yeah, if white just creates direct threats in the position, black doesn't really have time to do anything like queen d6 or bishop c8 or anything that black would like to do here. Okay, so we'll see what Kasa comes up with here. Let's go to our last game that we'll be following. Here we have International Master Josiah Stearman against Fizzy Band. Okay. So actually, let's flip their cameras as well so we can see it from Fizzy's point of view. Now Josiah is a very strong player. So I imagine this is going to be a tough game for Fizzy. Let's see how he's doing. Oh, playing the King's Indian. Well, he gets the win in my book. He gets the win in my book. All right, bishop e2, bishop e3, c5. Okay, so taking the game into more of a Benoni structure. E6, knight f3, takes, c takes d5, and now b5. You know, I had this position, or something very similar to it over the board, except I had to move h3 in instead of bishop e2, which I think was useful. But this is definitely, yeah, very typical sacrifice in these kinds of positions. Because if bishop takes b5, seems like everything is defended except black has knight takes e4. This is usually the trick that black is playing for. Then after takes, queen a5 check. This one is hanging, knight c3 takes, queen takes b5. And the black wins their material back, white can't castle. Position might be sharp, but I think generally feeling like black is usually doing pretty well in these positions with the light squares. So that's white's trick, or that's black's trick, and instead white goes e5. This was played in the game, which is a good reaction because this kind of disrupts black's plans in the center, allows white to take on c5, and yeah, it doesn't give black the same play. So rook e8, bishop takes b5, bishop d7, castles, takes, knight a6, bishop d6. So white has kept the extra pawn so far, but black is playing for some activity here. Knight e4, bishop a3, and this is the live position. Was knight g4 possible after white's e5? Maybe. Knight g4. I imagine bishop g5 would be the response. Yeah, and then things again just look super sharp. Who knows? Yeah, queen a5, and then yeah, I have no idea. Maybe e takes d6. Yeah, crazy stuff. I feel like d takes e5 is typically the move black does want to make, just taking this pawn and opening up options for e4. But yeah, I'm not too sure. So now the game, white has kept extra pawn, but yeah, definitely hasn't fully consolidated here because pawn on d5 can always be weak unless white gets it to d6 safely. There's also rook to b8 coming. So yeah, still unclear. Josiah though, hour 32, that's scary. He has 2.5 minutes more than he started with. So that's not fun. So he seems very comfortable. And why shouldn't he be? He has d6 coming. But how is white going to deal with rook to b8? Is he just going to take on a7? Maybe that's what he wants. Just knight takes a7, knight to c6. So maybe queen b6 for black. Queen b6, and what does white want here? Maybe he wants something like queen e2 or queen d3. Queen d3 I don't like because it kind of runs into a tempo with knight c5. Or maybe this knight to c5. But queen b6, maybe queen e2 is the idea, defending and attacking the knight. And it's not obvious, yeah, how black is going to get full compensation for the pawn just yet. But I don't know, I'm still very unclear on the position. Maybe something like knight ec5 and then trying to push e4, or just at least bring rook a d8. Very interesting. Hey, Adam the Irish guy. Hello to Dublin. Thanks for checking out the stream. Now let me remind folks what happened in round 1, and by remind I mean look up myself. So in round 1, Katarina looks like defeated Sophie. Evan drew with Teddy. Fizzy lost to Casa. And Alexa drew with Josiah. So the All-Stars got 1 out of 3, which I think is not bad. That seems close to like the expected score, given that they're all underdogs. Yeah, the invited stars, they're like Team Russia at the Chess Olympiad or Team US, whatever. And the Dojo All-Stars, they're like, you know, they're good, but they're all lower rating by average. So, yes. But it'll be cool if they actually can, because basically they have 4 chances, right? They got like 4 mini matches here. 2 every day, right? I think if they can at least draw 1, that would be a nice success. Very nice success. Right? If they could just get 1 round where they get 2 out of 4. This round so far, let's see. This game, right now, it's looking in Josiah's favor because he's 30 minutes up on the clock, indicating that he's very familiar with this position. It might be one that he knows almost exactly. I mean, at his level, you know, the theory does get pretty deep. And Black still has to kind of prove compensation for the pawn over the board. Let's see. Casa, he's doing very well against Alexa. We saw this game recently. Then we have Comrade Eyelash against Teddy. And Teddy here still thinking after bishop e4. I would say Sophie doing very, very solid so far. More time than we started with, and yeah, way ahead on the clock as well. And position doesn't look too bad either. So Sophie could be our 1 chance to score a point, or best chance at least. And then we have Evan against Katarina. And well, Evan is going all out. He just played bishop d2 and b4, and so this definitely looks like the spirit of the position, right? Playing in the spirit. h4 b4. Now white wants to go b5. He's also offering a pawn on b4, but this is a very selfish gift, I think. I think he would really love for Black to take this one, because then he can trade off. I don't know, one of the knights takes, and then white just gets all their pieces out. Again, rooks and open files leads to puzzle rush. People are always like, oh, I don't know how to get those positions where I have like a winning combination. And then they're also like, oh, I don't really see white's compensation. Here you go. When the rooks get open files, that's how you get to a puzzle rush moment. So, yeah, Evan in good shape so far. Exactly, Seth. Exactly. All right, folks, looks like we're gonna have Mitch joining us here in just a sec. So I'm gonna go on a quick stream break to get that set up. So we will be back in a couple minutes. See you all soon. Hey everyone, welcome back. We got Mitch joining us here.
Hey everyone,
How's it going, Mitch?
pretty good. I'm excited to be here. The first round was really entertaining. Watching the commentary for that. I feel bad for Alexa, but also feel great for him for achieving such a great result with the draw. I felt like he might have been able to win, but has a really tough position at the end. But really excited to see him and Evan come away with some draws, and Evan's looking good in this position right here. So might be able to get another draw or maybe a win. I think B4 is a very exciting move from him. He smells the blood.
Yeah, so were you following this morning's games?
Yeah, I intended to do a lot of calculation training this morning and instead followed all the games. It's a lot easier to do that holding the baby than to do the calculation training I had hoped for. But yeah, they were really interesting, so it was hard to get away from it.
Well, that's cool. So yeah, take me through them. So Alexa was better, and ended
Yeah,
up
Alexa
drawing.
was better pretty much the entire game. It was very interesting. He got a really great position out of a Queen's Indian. All the pieces came off except for like the Queen, and a few other pieces came off really quickly, and then Alexa got two minor pieces for a rook. So it was rook, knight, and bishop versus two rooks.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and my robot thing is being stupid because I keep saying the name.
Oh, right.
And then had a really nice attack going, but allowed Josiah to get both of his rooks activated on the second. So able to attack Alexa's king.
Mm-hmm.
And then he bailed out for a perpetual in a very complicated position, taking almost all of his time to calculate it. He just couldn't find the win, and David couldn't find the win. I couldn't find the win. I don't know. Stockfish probably could find a win, but I haven't checked the final position with it. But it's a very, very interesting game. I think he should be very happy with how well he played and how close he came to winning his first game against an IM.
Yeah, cool. Well, we have this position here after b4, and yeah, Katarina's been thinking here for a little while, but looking, I don't know, looks like Evan is liking his position, feels like he knows what he's doing.
Seth couldn't find a win either. He's saying in chat. Yeah, it looks like he's probably seen this B4 before, as he still has only used about 16 minutes off his clock in this Catalan. So he's probably at least seen the idea. I don't know if he's seen this exact position before, but has seen the idea. Katarina did not take the pawn, and rather played bishop d6. So the first question to ask, of course, is what is Black planning on doing after b5? What b5? I guess the knight has to go back to e7, right?
Yeah, the knight goes somewhere.
Because can't go to a5 because the bishop's on d2.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, b5, knight b8. Feels quite passive. Yeah, maybe white just continues a4, a5, and so on.
Mm-hmm.
So knight e7 seems like, yeah, probably feels like more natural. Just to not be as passive. Man, it's gonna get sharp though, because black is just gonna start throwing everything themselves as well, just like f5, g5, and just trying to open up white's king side. So
We have a question in chat. They ask, after b5, knight c7, e4, e5, isn't that a piece? But the problem is after e4, there's knight to b6 hitting the queen. So the queen has to move, and then black has time to move to get the bishop away. By retreating their other knight.
Tempo.
So yeah, due to that tempo, White is not winning a piece, but is getting a extremely nice position. So I definitely favor White in that position. I think so. I think b5 is the move here, but of course Evan's got plenty of time to think on it and make sure that that he's not missing anything. Of course, he probably is questioning, thinking he probably spent most of his calculation time on Katerina taking the pawn, so he probably didn't spend a lot of time on bishop d6 here.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah,
to recheck everything.
I think that's pretty natural. b4 is one of those moves you play like, okay, you make sure that you're happy if they take the pawn, like you're ready to sacrifice it, and then if they don't, then okay, you figure it out, b5, e4,
Yep.
a4. But yeah, b5, I think, is called for here for sure. And then question is how to follow up after that exactly, I think is not too clear, because you could play a4, you can also play for just knight c3, just developing and connecting the rooks. So yeah, gonna be time to make some big decisions here for Evan. I think maybe one of the hardest things in chess is like early middle game, just choosing a plan for the next couple of moves, choosing a direction, and making the right choice.
We're joined in commentary now by future world chess champion Diana Fabian.
Oh.
She was making a little bit of a fuss back there, so I wanted to calm her down.
Oh, look at the baby.
So hopefully she doesn't add too much commentary. If so, I'll have to mute myself while I calm her down. But
no.
This is definitely an interesting position.
She can say whatever she wants. So cute. All right, let's switch over to Sophie versus Teddy.
Okay. A few moves since the last time I looked here.
Yeah. Just starting with our whiteboards for this round. So these are the ones I think are going to give us the best chance.
Yeah, I think that this is an interesting position. Looks like Sophie is down a pawn, but Black has... Oh
yeah, she's down a pawn from before. I forgot about that. Right.
Yeah. But, White has a very active position, so probably compensation for the pawn. The knight on h6 isn't really doing much, so but the bishops are squaring off, and Black does have threats of a reveal check with c4 or at some point, so very interesting position for sure. How would you evaluate this?
Yeah, I definitely feel like White has compensation. There we go.
Oh, and plenty of time as well.
Yeah, lots of time. Yeah, has this like nice d6 score coming up for White's piece, or White's knight specifically. I don't know. It's hard to say. I mean, now both players are definitely at a book. And h5, h3, knight h6, knight g5, queen b6. No, I mean, really sharp positions still, and White needs to be very precise once again, because you could just end up down a pawn for nothing. But e6 is always going to be a weakness, so I feel like White should have long-term compensation here, but not going to be easy to prove it.
Yeah, this is interesting. Came out of a semi-Slav Muran. Very sharp, very interesting in the time situation. I'm not used to seeing Sophie have more time than her opponent, so
right.
Must know this line pretty well. I mean, there was a 2-hour break or so between her last game and this one, so might have spent some time preparing. I don't know what her opponent, if her opponent usually plays the semi-Slav, but
Yeah, I think it is part of Teddy's main repertoire, so definitely some good prep for this game.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot on the line. There's a prize fund, there's dojo pride, lots of motivation for both players.
Yeah. I find it hard to really evaluate this position because I definitely feel that white has compensation, but I'm always greedy and I like my pawns. So I would think I'd want black, but I'm not sure. The e6 pawn is very weak. It's the important part. And then if white can get that pawn, it's got a pass pawn. So
Well, both e5 and e6 are kind of weak, and both sides have to make sure that these pawns can't be taken. But now it's white's move, so white has to figure out what to do here. I think you could take on b7, and that would probably force king takes b7. And if you tried to put a knight on e4, then black could play knight takes e5. And just get away with taking this pawn.
oh, which knight would you put on e4?
I think either one.
Either one?
Either one. Black can take on e5.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so if bishop takes b7, king takes b7, we would have to come up with a different move there.
Bishop takes, king takes, knight c e4, knight takes e5. Well, there's the geometry on the e6 square, so can't we go knight takes e6? Because if queen takes, then we
Yeah,
go
e6
knight.
is possible, for sure. Yeah, let me put that on the board. It's a nice line. So take, knight e4, takes. And yeah, we're left with a very messy position. Rook is hanging, c5 pawn is hanging.
Yeah.
I can consider one of these moves to defend, or maybe even just rook e8, knight c5, king a7. And yeah, things are exploding. Man, it's hard. This game is hard. I don't. Oof.
Yeah, it's a good thing Sophie has a lot of time here to think on this because it's probably a very critical position here.
Because there's
really
no rush. You
consider all
don't
that.
have to take on b7 right away. You could go
Yeah.
king h2.
Yeah, king h2 is the first thing I thought of, but is c4 right now not c4 right now? It's not even that big of a threat, right? Because it's not winning anything.
Yeah. But c4, knight
but-
c5, this is a nice plan for black.
True.
And then the knight can
Knight
try
c5, I
to
missed
come
that.
to d3. Yeah.
Okay, so there is a little bit of urgency to
Mhm.
prevent that.
Yeah.
Seth is asking, can't you also take on c5 there?
Yeah, I think that
I don't know
was
where there is.
in this line. White could take on c5, but then just leads to a lot of trades, and I think it's... Oh, I'm sorry. Black is taking it with check. So, yeah, no trades.
Yeah.
No trades.
Yeah, I think you have to take on e6 first.
Yeah, knight takes e6, but then position's very open, and yeah, I'm not sure if white... Yeah, if that works out for white or not.
She loves to hit my watch and start like texting people with my watch.
Okay, so a4.
All right, a4, interesting.
Yeah, definitely not a move we were expecting.
Okay.
but I like that this move did not take 45 minutes.
Yeah.
So remember in the U.S. Girls Junior, Sophie was doing that quite a bit, like spending like 40 minutes on one move.
Mm-hmm.
And,
Yep.
yeah.
She does that a lot in pretty much every classical game I've seen from her. So I guess she's trying to speed up this game.
That's good. Yeah, and A4 looks interesting. It might not be the best move, but it looks interesting, and so I think it's much better to play this move relatively quickly, yeah, and then spend like 45 minutes. And anyway, in two moves later, like, you know, it's going to be a totally new position to calculate.
Yeah.
You'll need
Yes, Seth is pointing out Casa actually took 45 minutes in his game,
Wow.
round one, finding a very interesting idea in a Petrov to make it more dynamic, and ended up going on to win that game. So sometimes 45-minute thinks are good, but
Yeah.
got to justify it.
He's way down on time in this game as well. He's actually still thinking in that position that I first covered it with knight c7.
Oh, it looks like his win in the last round fixed his rating. He had a 1600 rating for chess.com Rapid because he'd only played like 7 games or something.
That's funny.
So his win against Fizzy Band got him back up to 2200.
Nice. Yeah, he spent a ton of time on this one move alone. That's crazy. Okay, so a4. I mean, yeah, the first question is always just like b4. What is White's plan? But looks like White has some options. Can throw in a5 or bishop takes b7. Or possibly both. Hey, Harry McDork. Thanks for subscribing. 3 months.
So, wait, you said b4 on the first move?
Mm-hmm.
From black?
Yeah, because b4 is kind of what White is provoking with this move a4.
Yeah.
So thanks, Mr. Fur, for subscribing earlier.
What's the idea here? Is there anything with a5? We saw c4 in the game instead of b4.
Oh wow, c4 check played quickly. That makes sense.
Yeah. Seems like that was the initial point behind queen b6, so it makes sense to play it here.
And then black can decide whether black wants to go b4 or not. Well, does White have to be careful here? Is there any devious knight g4 check ideas? Doesn't seem likely with the White covering the diagonal on e4 so solidly. So probably king h2 would be my guess. But king g2 also makes sense. Maybe king g2. Stay a little bit closer to the center.
Yeah, here's where I would, without thinking, play king h2 and then probably be wrong. So
yeah, always tough call because you're not sure if it's a strategic decision or a tactical one.
yeah, so if king h2, you're saying potentially knight g4, but probably doesn't work right here, but could at some point work, right?
Yeah, just something to be aware of.
Yeah, it's not something I would even have thought of. But yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, the comrade has some time to think here to make sure that that doesn't work.
Right, Conrad is thinking.
A lot has happened in the Evan game since we last looked.
Oh, okay, yeah, let's update that one then. Here we go.
So we saw b5,
Mm-hmm.
knight ce7, and then instead of e4 like we were expecting, we saw bishop a5, and then hg. Interesting.
So bishop a5.
Yeah, bishop a5. Did I say that wrong? Sorry.
No. I'm just trying to understand the move. Bishop a5.
Yeah, it seems that c7 isn't weak enough to make threats like that quite yet. Maybe the idea is to take the knight with the bishop after e4, so that way black doesn't have time to prevent e5.
So he wants to go e4, knight b6, take e5, maybe.
Yeah, I think that's Evan's plan.
Huh.
But we did just open up the H file, which could potentially get scary, but black doesn't have any pieces on the king side really other than that rook. The bishop is aiming over there, but the queen is not yet.
No, I mean there's already options. There's like the immediate bishop takes g3, for example, knight takes e3.
Yeah.
So I don't know about this bishop a5. I mean, it just feels I don't know, scary.
Yeah, I think Evan was going for the throat here and didn't worry about blocking his own throat.
Yeah. I mean, what happens here? Bishop takes g3, fg, knight takes e3.
And then because we're being forked right now, you can give the bishop back with queen takes c7, queen takes c7, bishop takes c7, threatening to also get an exchange. And then when the king takes, you can move the rook.
Yeah, but black won a pawn there, yeah?
Yeah. Because it's 2 pawns, yeah, for the one. Mm-hmm. Even if we move the rook, we're losing the g2 bishop, right?
Yeah.
Or no, we moved c1 with check, and then we're not giving the bishop up. So we'd still have bishop and knight for 2 knights, but down a pawn.
I don't like it, Evan. I don't like this.
Yeah.
I mean, takes, and like, just looks like white's position is collapsing. Queen takes d4 is coming. I mean, on queen takes c7, queen takes, bishop takes. Black can also just take the rook on f1. And, oh wait, no. Then we
take the rook on.
And bishop takes d8. No, we're not getting our piece. So king takes c7, rook takes f7.
Yeah. Oh, f7. I missed that. Okay.
Yeah. So this is white's kind of one saving grace. But even here, I mean, the d4 pawn is going to be so weak.
Yeah.
Like maybe the e knight comes back to f5, defends everything, and then d4 pawn just hangs. Not to mention the rook might even be trapped after king d7, king e8. Sorry, Mitch, I'm doing it on my board, so you'll have to kind of.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch it. I'm like delayed a bit, but yeah. Maybe if I change to low latency, I can also follow it a bit faster.
G4 is a problem. Yeah, G4 is an issue here for sure. Yeah, okay, so then black does lose a little bit of time. Something like rook e8, but still feels pretty reasonable for black.
Yeah, it looks like potentially Evan got excited about the tactic that he had of pushing e4, taking the knight, and then e5, and didn't quite consider all of this, or maybe he did consider it and we're missing something. But to me, it looks like what you're saying is true, and that black should be a bit better here.
Yeah, I'm not totally clear if black is better, much better in the end game, but it feels like black should somehow be better after rook takes f7. And yeah, bishop a5 definitely feels like a very just doesn't seem like a natural move. Yeah, so it really has to be, because you're attacking such a strong point in black's position, that it really has to be good, because you're making this move with undeveloped pieces, like rooks are disconnected. So it's tactically very risky, right? Because you're just breaking principles.
It feels like it might work in blitz, but with this being classical and Katarina having 45 minutes or so to think after bishop a5, she's not going to fall into the trap.
Look at her; she's calculating, right? She just got. She looks like a poker player who's just like her opponent basically just went all in, and she's like, "Is this guy serious? He's allowing bishop takes g3." And then Evan's like, yeah, I'm ready for that."
Yeah.
Katarina's like, "Okay, but I'm gonna take it." Now he gets up from his chair. He's like, "Yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident here. No problem."
Mm-hmm. We got the poker championships going on here.
Funny.
Evan seems like he plays a bit of poker, right?
It seems like, yeah, he does seem like the type to have played or still play, for sure. Okay, so let's see. Casa finally moved. Let's check in with Casa.
Okay, yeah, that's an interesting game. After almost 47 minutes on queen e4, on h takes g, and then another 2 minutes on queen e4.
Mm-hmm.
So the clock difference is pretty massive. This was also
minutes. Man.
This is the opposite of Alexa's first game, in which Alexa took a ton of time and Josiah played very quickly.
Wow.
And I activated the robot again. I need a new name for him.
All right.
Let's see. Right. So HG queen e4.
Man, 46 minutes 49 seconds on one move. Imagine, guys. You guys probably watch like 8 videos in 45 minutes on YouTube, and this guy spends 45 minutes on one move. Probably can finish like 10 games in that time.
So here, I'm just gonna say black, so I don't activate the robot. I would consider f5. Is that too weakening, or what's the follow-up? Is it queen h4 and then? Because it's hard. I'm finding a hard time trying to target the g6 pawn, which I think was the plan of queen e4. But after f5, the bishop is somewhat back to life-ish, still hitting a block on d4, but at least it's not blocked by f6 anymore.
Yeah, I mean, f5 is the move, right? It seems like black wants to make, but yeah, the problem is it invites queen h4. It opens up knight g5. Now, Wrath of Gods has a critical line here. If f5, queen h4, knight takes e6. Let's say black grabs the pawn, white goes rook e1, and then knight g5 is coming. Either away or just after sacking on e6.
That makes sense.
Queen d7 takes knight g5, and it's not over, but it looks very scary. There is queen e1 check.
Yeah.
But okay, there's not even a rush to sack with rook takes e6. White can also play like bishop d2, and then rook takes e6 is like a devastating threat. So it's not even just about like Casa needing to find some kind of forced sequence here. Just like once you see the mating construction, all the pieces are coming into the attack. It's like, yeah, you don't even have to rush as white. I mean, he's only sacrificed one pawn, maybe two with the e6 pawn, but Yeah, white's pieces are looking really strong. But what to do? I mean, black can also consider king h7, hoping for white to play knight h4 and then f5, and white isn't as well coordinated. But king h7, queen h4 check is probably going to be the response.
Yeah.
And king will have to go back to g8, and then yeah, we can continue queen g4, and should be options there. Yeah, queen g4 looks very good there.
Thanks, Mr. Penguin. I think she's cute too. See if she. Oh, shoot, I had my think pulled out. I don't know if you could even hear that. Thanks. I think she's cute too. Set her down for a little bit. Oh, I lost camera too. What is going on? Sorry. Not sure what happened there.
All good.
Must have pulled on something when I set the baby down.
Yeah, I heard something like maybe a cord was maybe pulled out, or. Okay, f5, queen h4 on the board.
I'm clicking the start video button, but nothing's happening. Let me unplug and plug back in, and
Oh, we're seeing a very dark image. Did the camera fall down?
no, when I unplugged
Oh, there we go.
the one I was using, it switched to the one that's in my laptop, and so it was, my laptop's closed, so it was showing the inside of my laptop.
Nice. All good now. Yep. Oh, your laptop's closed. Are you using like a external monitor?
Yeah, I've got like 2 monitors set up, and it goes through a docking station.
Nice. Very cool. Very cool.
Okay. All right, so we saw f5, queen h4 during my distracting time.
Yeah. So the Casa doing well here, it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Not looking great for our All-Stars.
Yeah, this round is the strong opposition is doing a lot better than in the first round, where it felt like all the All-Stars started off to a pretty good round, and then the end games were just really well played by our invited stars.
Yeah, this is a really cool format, by the way. I gotta give credit to David for coming up with this one. I really like the 4v4 with teams, because it's like, well, because there's a lot of motivation for the invited folks, because they're playing for the prize fund as well, and they basically have to try to beat up on the All-Stars.
Yeah,
because they're not going to be playing each other, right, for the prize. They're going to see who can score the most wins.
Yeah, I really like the format as well. I think this is also just very nice for the All-Stars, getting to play classical games against such strong opposition is very hard to come across. So this is great practice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and for the All-Stars, I mean, this is exactly the type of player they should be trying to go up against, especially like Evan. He's trying to get his IM norms, and Sophie hopefully has ambitions as well. Like, yeah, they need to be playing against as many 2450s as they possibly can right now.
Yeah, exactly. And this was Alex's first time playing an IM in a classical game, so very great opportunity for him as well. But yeah, this is great practice for Evan, who December, right? So next month we'll be playing an IM norm event. So looking for his own IM title.
So Katarina, by the way, did not go for the sack. She just played f5.
Okay. Let me find that game again.
But I'm just updating. We don't have to switch over to it. I am really curious though if black could have taken on g3. Apparently they could, but it wasn't necessarily the best thing. But yeah, black is better in that endgame, but not by much, and actually her position's totally fine regardless. So f5, rook c1 on the board. But let's go to the last game we haven't looked at, Josiah and Fizzy, right?
Yeah, that's what I was just switching over to as well.
Okay, lots of moves actually have happened here. And whoa.
Yeah, looks like white is down some material. I'm trying to
What happened?
figure out what happened.
Fizzy's like up a
Oh,
piece
he gave
here.
up. Yeah. Let's see.
Let me go back. So we had Queen d7. This was the last move before when we left off. Queen d3, Knight c5, Queen e2, a6, Knight d2 was played, and then Queen takes b5.
Huh.
Wow. I think he just blundered this one.
Yeah.
Because he was, I guess, expecting a b5 and then takes on e4, wins back the piece, but queen takes b5. Queen on e2 is hanging.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So knight c4.
And he's still almost has as much time as he started with. So
yeah, b3 takes, queen a5. Man, very a surprising blunder from Josiah. I mean, normally I think he probably doesn't do this. So great chance for Fizzy to just win a game here. Win the first game for the All-Stars. I mean,
yeah, this is a great opportunity for him.
He's up a piece. I think he should. He should
I'm
clinch
not
it.
sure. Yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. You're saying if he takes back with the pawn, he gets back on e4, but
Yeah.
only he spent 5 minutes there, so it's interesting. That's an interesting miss from him.
Yeah, weird blunder. No, I don't think white has any compensation at all. Like 0. Like, even if you take black's bishop off the board and you give black a pawn, you know, so that's even material, I think black is better or totally fine because these pawns aren't that strong because they're well blockaded. So yeah, it's just a piece up for black.
Huh.
Pawns never run anywhere. Now bishop f8, bishop d6. I think there's many ways. Important thing is not to get into time trouble, not to allow any counterplay. Just take it easy. Rook d8 was also possible. But
I
like
do
this.
recall that in his post-game interview, Josiah was saying that he thought it started at 10 a.m. Pacific instead of 10 a.m. Eastern. So he was up till 1 a.m. And then realized right before bed that it was going to be an early day. So he is running on a little bit less sleep, but I would still think that he would see that tactic. But might just not be.
Yeah, because Josiah's West Coast person.
Yep.
Oh yeah, that's tough. They had to play like 6:30 or 7, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is early. Yeah, and that's tough for most chess players too. Most chess players tend to be like nocturnal. Man, brutal. Okay, well Fizzy gets to enjoy that.
Yep.
Let's see here.
Great win for him if he can pull it out with the extra piece.
Yeah, I think he should be able to do it. Why don't we jump to Sophie? Looks like they traded queens.
Okay.
Let's back it up here. So c4, white played queen f2. Queen takes f2, rook takes f2, knight c5, knight f7.
takes f2, rook takes, knight c5, and knight f7. Interesting. So in order to not drop the exchange, knight probably will take on f7.
Yeah, Sophie's trading a lot of pieces for someone who's down a pawn, so it's a little curious.
There's also a really bad knight on h6 opposed to a good knight on g5, so I don't quite like this move.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what's going on here. But
Yeah,
looks like Teddy should be pretty comfortable.
Yeah. And is Black picking up the a4 pawn at the end of it all, or? I think we're going to see probably a lot of exchanges of pieces, an f7 and an e4, and then b takes a4. Or I guess the rook will be on f7, so it picks up the g7 pawn.
Yeah, I mean, this rook endgame is definitely very interesting to start with. Like, if I was Black, I would just be thinking of knight takes f7, rook takes, knight takes e4, knight takes e4. Let's say bishop takes e4, rook takes e4.
Yep.
And then trying to figure out what's happening here. And it's not clear to me that Black is winning or anything, but feels like Black should be better. Maybe rook d7, actually a very solid move.
Yeah.
Consider going active. Rook d2 as well. Trying to take on b2. But the rook d7 feels like at least a small advantage for Black. I'm just not seeing how White gets immediate compensation for the pawn. Second rook can come in.
Yeah.
And then this queenside majority one day can be pretty serious because Black's king is kind of closer to the queenside. So this can very easily just turn really bad for White.
Yeah. Yeah, this is looking good for Black, I think.
So that's one option after knight f7. Wonder if
I would still lose that rook endgame, but to Sophie. But I think that Teddy has much better chances in it than I do.
Right. So he starts with bishop takes e4,
Okay.
which is very surprising because this lets White take a rook, and he only took a bishop.
I think if we were going to take on e4 first, maybe you take with the knight to still threaten a rook, to still potentially get material. Yeah, that's...
But I think what he wants is he's just going to recapture, like if White takes on d8 or on h8, and then his point is that on knight takes e4, I think he wants to go knight d3 to win back the exchange.
Okay, I see, yeah.
So let's say knight takes h8, rook takes h8, knight takes e4, knight d3. And then we're getting an endgame with rook and knight against rook and knight, and with an extra pawn for Black. Yeah. Interesting.
However, in this position, at some point, Black could, after the rook gets taken. Oh, okay, I see. Knight on f5 blocks the d6 square. Okay.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. It's important that Black gets the knight on f5 very quickly. It doesn't allow any knight d6 check.
Yeah, because I was thinking knight d6 check, and then we're going to play a takes b, and take that pawn.
Right.
And then...
Yeah, but even here, there's still g4. Like, it's still kind of... Oh, no, but g4, knight d4. Black has this tempo with knight f3. Okay, so...
okay.
Sharp stuff.
Complicated.
Yeah. And Teddy doesn't have a ton of time, so he spent 6 minutes on bishop takes e4. Probably felt like he's getting enough in that endgame and just went for it. Though I am curious about that rook endgame, because that one felt just kind of comfortable for Black. Though you are going into a rook endgame, if you're going to have an extra pawn, it does make sense to keep knights on the board. So... Yeah,
knights keep it complicated, so I think that's probably what he was thinking there. where sometimes rook endgames a pawn isn't enough. It felt like enough there, but I understand the practical reasons
Mm-hmm.
that he chose that.
Yeah, so knight takes h8.
I wouldn't
Okay.
have looked at that at all myself, but I understand why he did.
Whoa, never mind. Look at this. Bishop
jeez.
f5. Oh, Teddy. Oh, that's a sick move. Oh, that hurts. That hurts in the gut.
Can you explain it for me?
Ooh, well, he is temporarily sacrificing the exchange, but all of White's
Yeah.
pieces are now hanging. Because he has
Okay,
the
so-
knight hanging on h8, he has knight d3.
What happens? Knight f7. Oh, never mind. The knight hangs on f7. Okay, I see. That's what I was missing. The bishop on f5 blocks the rook off. Okay.
And so Sophie took the wrong rook here with knight takes h8. I think Sophie needed to go knight takes d8 to force the trade, because on knight takes d8, the knight can still get out via either knight f7, or if the bishop comes to f5, then there's knight c6. So knight takes d8, I think, would have maybe forced a safer endgame. Oh, that was a really nice trick. Takes bishop f5. Okay, g4. Looks
Pretty
like
quickly
only
from
chance.
Sophie.
Takes.
Only a minute on g4.
Mm-hmm.
So she must have considered bishop takes e4 earlier in order to have a response this quickly.
Well, maybe realized on knight takes h8 that this was happening. I'm not sure. Or maybe after bishop f5. I mean, you realize like you're kind of busted if you don't play g4. Rook takes f5 was possible to give back the exchange, but then I think black is clearly better anyway. Let's say knight takes f5, and now black is still up a pawn from before. White has to get the knight out, and then black has time for rook d3, rook d2. Basically, white just has too many weaknesses in the position.
So we see here, would knight takes g4 threatening to get the rook back make sense? Or
yeah, I feel like that should be played. So now the thing is, he might even end up down in exchange here, meaning Teddy, but even if black ends up down in exchange, he already has 2 pawns for it, and white has a bunch of weaknesses. So I'm still like just liking black's chances here quite a bit. Yeah, knight coming to d3. So I think knight takes g4 is fine. I think black is even better if he goes rook takes h8, g takes f5, knight takes f5.
okay.
I mean, it's still maybe a little bit messy. Maybe white has some drawing chances here, but he has knight d3 in the position, and ideas of b4. And yeah, but I think black can get more. I think knight takes g4, but I don't know. He has options. He can also just play like knight d3 right now and just take the exchange immediately. That might be the safest, in fact.
Yeah, Putsy's saying I would have never have found bishop f5 in that position. I wouldn't have found any of what Kosti is talking about. So
you guys always say that. I mean, bishop f5 was not on my radar at all. Although we definitely didn't spend a ton of time here. But I mean, it's not that shocking once you kind of see it. It's an excellent move, but it's not like I think once you see the move, you're kind of capable of finding a similar one yourself. Yeah. Now, maybe the reason we would have never found bishop f5 is because we're playing all of our moves after a cursory 15-second thought at most, for being generous. Right? You got to remember these, Teddy spent 6.5 minutes on bishop takes c4. This is where he found bishop f5, right?
Yeah.
So, good reminder to take time. HG, and now, okay, he's thinking, but I think black has multiple good options here.
It looks like in the Casa Alexa game, we have something similar to, was it Icy that thought of the idea of knight takes e6 and rook e1. Casa threw in knight takes d5 first before rook e1.
Oh, very smart. Not to allow black the chance to drop back with the other knight and reinforce e6. He trades off. Rook e1. And now this just looks really, really dangerous for black. Very weak position here.
Yeah, this is looking very nice for white, despite being down 2 pawns currently. Definitely going to be getting some material back or getting an attack that is worth more than the material.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it looks it just looks super, super dangerous for black. Bishop c8, and it's like it's only okay, it's 2 pawns, but it's like just very nice positional compensation here for white at the minimum. Not to mention ideas of rook e6, knight g5, knight e5, bishop h6. Yeah, all these squares for white to work with. Even knight g5 immediately looks really, really tempting. So yeah, looking good for Casa. Lexa's one chance here is that his opponent is low on time, and if he can find a way to at least make it somewhat tricky so it's not easy for white to win, then maybe he'll have a chance. Yeah, on bishop c8, rook e6.
After knight g5,
rook f6 was the idea. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if not, instead the bishop either going with the queen or the rook to defend the e6 square. If white captures on e6, black recaptures, and then on knight g5, they don't actually lose the piece because they check on e1.
Oh, sorry. On rook e1, which move did you want to play?
So let's say rook e1, queen d7.
Right.
And then if rook takes knight, queen takes knight, I think this was the very original thing that was calculated. Then on knight g5, we actually have queen e1 check to not get taken before moving away.
Yeah, there's the immediate queen e1, which is why I think white should just play like a simple bishop d2 instead, and then rook takes e6 is really difficult to meet, it seems.
Yeah,
there.
Yeah, that looks a lot better. Okay, I see.
But let's see, queen b6 played. Okay, kind of similar, but he's hitting the b6 pawn as well. So maybe this is a better version for black. But is black really threatening to take on d4? It's hard to imagine that he would be with such a weak king. So yeah, I feel like I would just be looking at bishop d2 here for white.
Yeah, I think that's the key move there that we were missing in our calculation before. We as in chat, not you.
They're all good. I think when we looked at it, we stumbled upon this point. But yeah, I mean, all good.
Yeah, that bishop d2 stops the queen e1 and reignites the threat of rook takes e6. And then what are we doing here?
Yeah, looking really dangerous. Even bishop h6 looks super unpleasant as well. Just trading off the main defender and leaving black with lots of weak dark squares.
Bishop h6. What about bishop f6 after that?
Yeah, maybe bishop f6. And then maybe an alpha 0 type queen h1 move.
Yeah.
And then knight e5. And things like that. Yeah, it's going to be tough for black. Bishop d2, king f7 looks risky, to say the least. But actually, we should know queen takes e7 is also an option here. But probably that gives black a little bit of freedom with rook a e8.
was the point of king f7? Aren't we just losing on the spot with rook takes?
Well, then black will take with the king. And it's still very scary, of course. But yeah, that would be the idea.
And then we go rook e1 check.
Oh, yeah, it's just, bishop d2. Yeah, then second rook comes in. And
Yeah, and then if the king goes to d7, the rook's coming into e7, and...
Yeah. That's...
that looks crushing.
That would be bad. Yeah. So... Right, bishop d2 still feels like the move here. And Costa, he's unconcerned. He's just like 20 minutes. He's still calculating. He knows if he gets this right, it's just like a +5, +10 position probably. So
yeah,
he's just like making sure. Now for him, it's kind of, this is just like a puzzle rush now. This is just a matter of time.
Costa doesn't seem like the type that does puzzle rush, but maybe does a lot of deeper puzzle solving. He seems too calm to do puzzle rush.
Yeah. But
although I guess you also seem too calm to do puzzle rush and you do it, so
right. I'm sure he gets in the zone.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest thing holding Jesse back from breaking your record. He just gets too upset.
So upset.
He can't do it.
Oh my god, it's crazy. He quits, halfway through. He does very little training. He doesn't review the problems he gets right.
Yeah.
He just ignores them.
I'm gonna have to go for just a second. My wife's calling me. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. All right, let's see. Then we have Fizzy Band. He's looking to finish things off against Josiah. And then, okay, we got to get back to Rosenberg. His game against Katarina is getting crazy. Here we go. All right, he's out of the chair. E4. Okay, let's back it up a couple
Sorry,
notes.
I'm back.
Yeah, no, all good. I'm just checking out the Rosenberg game.
All right, let me pull that one up as well. All right, so we left off at f5.
Yeah, last we had f5, rook c1, g5, knight c3, king b8, and now e4 was white's last move.
E4. Okay. Huh. So my first impression is I at least feel a little better as white than I did in the line that we looked at earlier.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't feel very comfortable as white. Those pawns are kind of starting to look a little threatening.
Yeah, no, I think black has made good progress. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I really, dislike this bishop a5 move from earlier.
Yeah. Okay, so knight c3 instead of f takes e. My initial thought was f takes e, but knight takes makes sense, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And what do we take back with? Is the question.
Well, I think it's time to admit the mistake and just take with the bishop.
Take with the bishop. Okay.
Yeah, because then maybe you get something going on that diagonal with d5. You're also threatening e5 still, so black will have to deal with that threat.
Would it make more sense to take with a piece to cover g3 so there's no more threats on g3? Or I guess there's not really much threats anymore now that the knight's taken anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we're good. Okay, makes sense. Bishop takes c3.
Can we throw e5 first? I mean, that's worth a thought. Let's think about it for a sec. There's knight takes b5, but I'm not sure if that's a pawn we really want to take as black, although that is a lot of material. The thing I don't like about rook takes c3 and then rook a c1 is that, okay, at some point black will play b6, and it's like, it's actually not the end of the world that black plays b6, because one day black is also just going to put a knight on d5, and white won't be able to use the diagonal. So yeah, white can play a million moves to provoke b6, but I don't think it's necessarily the end of the world. e5 unfortunately allows black, I think, to reclaim the outpost with knight to d5. So maybe this is the issue. Yeah, knight takes b5 I don't really love, yeah, opening up the b file, but maybe just bringing the knight back to d5 would be my thought. But
Sorry, I was muted.
oh, no worries, no worries.
Sorry, I looked away for a second. You were saying e5 and then knight comes back to d5. Yeah, I think that would make sense, right?
Yeah, if e5 for white, then maybe just knight back to d5.
Because then when we take the bishop, black essentially went a pawn with the sequence of moves.
Mm-hmm. So I don't know. It's scary because very shortly this queen on d7 is gonna swing over to h7. Especially if white, like let's just say bishop takes c3, which I think maybe is the most natural move. Black can just take on e4, for example. Bishop takes c4, knight d5. And then you can take the pawn on d5, don't take the pawn, whatever black wants to go, queen h7, rook df8, and I think it's...
That looks a little scary.
It's going to be really, really bad, yeah.
There's also, instead of f takes e, do they have f4? Trying to open up the king even more?
f4 is a thought, yeah. Although I think... so e5, you want bishop a3?
I wasn't even thinking. I was just thinking, let's open the king. Okay.
Yeah, e5 is, right, the big question.
It might not make sense.
But I don't know, maybe bishop a3, not so easy to take advantage for white.
Yeah.
I think even here black is okay. Because then black's knight can get to d5 and you shut down the diagonal. Again, queen opens up to h7.
Yeah.
King side's opening up. No, I think I think Katarina's doing well as it stands right now.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Loglass. I think that seems to be what all of the All-Stars kind of excel at. I'm not super familiar with Fizzy Band. I think he might have come around more when I was kind of taking a break from chess because I don't really recall seeing many of his games. But I think at least Sophie and Alexa are very, very tactically minded and like complicated middle games. I think Evan has a bit of both. He plays positional type openings, but always seems to have a complicated middle game come up anyway.
Yeah. Okay, Mitch, I'm going to take a quick break here. Is there a game you want me to switch to if you'd like to discuss? Up to you, whatever you want to look at. Maybe Sophie's game, actually, because that one.
Yeah, I think Sophie's would be good. I can talk about that while you are on break.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave it on here, and I'll be back in a little bit.
All right. Sounds good. All right, so Sophie's game with Teddy has had a few more moves. Where were we last? We were at g4, h takes g, knight takes g4. Then we saw rook takes f5. So this is not exactly what we considered. Bear with me, chat, because I can't actually move the stuff because it's Kostia's board that's sharing. But that's what happened. We saw rook takes f5, e takes f5, knight f7, and rook d3. So in the end, black did not get down in exchange and is instead just up 2 pawns. However, white does have a passed pawn on the e file on e5. So that's where we're standing now. Sophie is still at over an hour of time left. And black, Teddy, is down to 22 minutes. I think 22 minutes is probably enough for a strong player like Teddy to calculate out this endgame, but it is somewhat complicated. So we'll see what ends up happening here. So we have the question in chat. What if A takes, or not a question, a statement from, or so Putsy asked the question and then Icy Stun responded. So after A takes B, Black does not recapture A takes B right away, but instead throws in Rook G3. And then on King F1, or let's see, is that what? King H1, sorry. On King H1, we see, in both cases, knight d3. That's why I was confused with what I was trying to say. Collegiate Chess League, thank you for the raid. Right now, Kostya is on break. Normally, he would be the one running the stream for this, but you are watching the Dojo All-Star Weekend. So we have 4 very strong Chess Dojo members taking on some very strong opposition. We have 3 IMs and a WGM taking on about 2,300 chess.com opponents who have been pivotal to the success of the dojo, have been winning a ton of tournaments for the within the dojo, and as a reward for their great play, by we I mean not me, the senseis, David and Kostya and Jesse, have invited these strong opponents to play classical games with them so that they can have some fun learning experiences. So shout out to Collegiate Chess League for the raid. Much appreciated. Currently, we're looking at the game between Comrade Eyelash, who is Sophie Rose. You can find her on Twitch at Sophie Rose X3, something like that. Oh yeah, there's prize money too, of course. I think this has, yes, I got it right. Sophie Rose X3, playing against Teddy, and I'm forgetting Teddy Coleman, I think is his last name. Forgive me, Teddy, if I got that wrong. That's the game that we're looking at now. There's also 3 other games going on. The cameras that you see actually are from the previous game that we're looking at. Kostya forgot to switch the cameras before leaving. That's Evan Rosenberg on the bottom versus Katerina Nemtsova on the top, where Evan has white against Katerina in a very complicated middle game that we were just looking at that unfortunately the Raiders missed. But that game is still going on. If anyone watched the U.S. Chess Championships, Katerina played in the women's section and had a pretty great performance. Started off with leading the tournament. So great to have her on. So yeah, it looks like Sophie is going to think here. Sophie had over an hour when this position came up, so it makes a lot of sense to spend some time here. Yes, Josiah is playing today. Yeah, Josiah is playing against Fizzy Band. I believe Fizzy's name is Victor or something like that. So yes, Josiah Stearman is one of the invited guests. And we also have, yes, Katerina Nemtsova, Teddy Coleman, and Kasa Corley. So those are the invited stars, as they say. Vincent, yes, sorry. Sorry, Vincent. And my cat decided to jump up on my chair. Yeah, Nemtsova played extremely well and very aggressive and fun chess. It was great to watch. Oh yeah, they're in the Zoom call. I could look at that. I forgot that I have that up. Yes, he has his actual name in the Zoom call. No, I don't have a cat cam. I only have one camera, and I'd have to move it around. Sorry about that. You did miss the baby cam earlier. I was holding my baby until she fell asleep. And now she's waking up now that I mentioned her. Okay. So still thinking this position. I can't change the current position because it's Kostia's screen that is showing. So I can't explain any or talk about other positions right now. So what is White wanting to do here? So if he's got a lot of time to think. Possibly knight d6 at some point could happen. But then how do we follow up? How are we getting our pawn through is the question. Yeah. It's a very tough position. Down 2 pawns. Black has a very active rook, very active knight on g4. All right, it looks like we have Kostia back.
All right, what's happening?
Good to have you back, Kostya. We had a raid from the Collegiate Chess League. I was trying to explain the tournament, and I messed up Vincent's name. I called him Victor on accident. Sorry for embarrassing the dojo there. But yeah, we were just looking at this position. Icy Stun found a really interesting move. After a takes b5, we would see potentially rook g3 check, followed by knight d3, and Black kind of just has a overwhelming position there.
Yeah, I mean, looking very dangerous for White's king. Could just be winning by force here for Black. So let me just recap, folks. So after g4, we did have knight takes g4, rook takes f5, so White gives the exchange back this way. Knight f7, rook d3. So temporarily 2 pawns up for Black. But still some chances because b5 is hanging, f5 is hanging after knight d6 check, and White has this e-pawn that Sophie just pushed. So some counterplay, but almost feels like a mathematical position that Black can convert here. Feels like a position straight out of Grandmaster preparation and gameplay. Black to play and win. And here you go. Now you have to figure it out. All right. Okay, I'm just going to take a quick look at the other games here.
Okay, sorry about that.
No worries, no worries.
We saw e5 and knight cd5 in Evan's game.
As expected. Nice. So e5, I think Wrath of Gods pointed this one out. The knight d5. And, oh, someone just bought some merch. Nice! Merch drop. Very cool, guys. Grab your Chess Dojo.
Yeah, we're
NFTs.
Matching hoodies right now.
Yeah. Check out all of our NFT hoodies at our merch store. So knight d5, Katarina just goes back, takes, queen takes d6, and yeah, Black is just having a really, really solid d5 square for their pieces there. And then Casa played bishop d2, as we expected, after 16 minutes. So he's now down to 8 minutes here.
Oh, wow, 8 minutes. Hopefully he remembers that there's not a second time control, although they are only on move 19 anyway, so he's not anywhere close to it, even if there was a second time control.
Yeah, he's just going to be playing on the increment. And
I think it
finally,
makes sense though, because I think this is a position in which if Casa correctly evaluates it or correctly calculates it and gets the final position right, I think it's just winning, right?
yeah, exactly. If he's just mating here by force or winning a lot of material, then yeah, he's not going to really need a ton of time. He can play it out on the 30-second increment. Though still, though, even like the most winning positions, it can often get messed up, even when you're a very good player. Just things happen, so to speak. Okay, one bit of good news. Fizzy is doing well against Josiah. He's now upper rook, because White had to give up an exchange. And yeah, threatening mate or a forced trade of queens with queen to e1 check. So White doesn't really have a lot of time here. Queen e1, there's always queen f1, but still. The rook for 2 pawns is pretty serious. So Fizzy should convert this one. Alexa trying to hold on. And okay, let's stick with Sophie for the moment. This game has some action. Knight e3 check on the board. And if king to f2, there's going to be knight d3 check minimum. Rook takes e3, I think, is just immediately dead. After rook takes e3, e-pawn is going to be lost. So I think king e2 is looking like the only move. But after king e2, it feels like black should be doing really, really well. Maybe even could just take on e6. Just take this pawn, and then black has... Yeah, and then knight takes e6, king f2, f4. Yeah. Yeah, Carmen Eilish is streaming, by the way. You guys can go follow her, twitch.tv/ I think it's Sophie Rose X3. Maybe
Yep.
Sophie Rose. Yeah. So you can check out Sophie's stream. Because yeah, position's looking pretty tough for White. This e-pawn doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Even if White got e7 and somehow Black has king d7, and the pawn is more or less stopped.
Yeah.
But I think...
Is that what we'd see after like king f2, f4, e7, king d7? It's probably
king f2. We might see knight d3 check. Oh, it looks like Fizzy and Josiah are done. Fizzy did win.
First win for the Dojo All-Stars.
Yeah, first one for the All-Stars, exactly. Not bad. Let's see, is Vincent with us?
Yes.
Hey, congrats. Nice one.
Thank you.
Do you want to talk about the game for a bit?
Yeah, okay.
Cool. Well, yeah, maybe you could take us through it. I mean, of course seems like there was a blunder.
Yeah, it was kind of a bizarre. I mean, I spent a while because I just didn't really understand it. Like, knight d2 just didn't really make any sense.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, probably, yeah, my guess is White just missed queen takes b5, just hitting the queen on e2,
Yeah.
and...
I mean,
I just forgot about queen takes b5, yeah.
I think knight takes d2 even wins.
Well, yeah, because I forgot about queen takes b5.
Oh, you can also just take on d2 first. Oh, I see.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it's because I forgot that queen takes b5 was even legal.
But I was thinking after knight takes d2, maybe he plays knight c3 and can at least keep playing.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Yeah, this b5 move is actually not supposed to be good for black, but because I've played this like twice before, but I didn't play very accurately in the opening.
Yeah, this is yeah, it always gets really sharp. Um, Fizzy, how far did you know this one?
Uh, I was a bit out of book. I mean, I don't really have like a whole lot of like exact lines after like when they just played bishop e2, bishop e3. So
Oh, I
like
see.
up to like c takes d5, I just wasn't really sure. So I mean, I played b5. I don't think it's that great of a move, but like I didn't want to just like play rook e8, knight d2 and just suffer for
Right.
a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this position is actually pretty. It can be pretty rough for black, right? After rook e8, knight d2. Okay, well, yeah, thanks, guys. I
Yeah,
guess,
good game. Good luck.
yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for
luck.
hanging out. Okay, now the cameras are gonna get all messed up, so let me quickly fix that.
You're missing a great face from Evan.
Here it is. Okay, let's find a board here to cover. So who should we look at next? I think maybe Teddy will stick with this game. 4, yeah, I feel like this one's gonna be pretty sharp. So let me find
this
Teddy and
one's-
Sophie's cams.
This one's close to over, is it not?
Yeah. Just
I'm
about.
struggling to see how Sophie can survive this.
Okay, just a sec, folks. We'll get Mitch back in here. So king f2, f4. All right, because knight d3, well, I can go king takes g3. That's not so clear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think f4 makes sense. And then now we're still threatening knight d3 check, winning the exchange again, and then just completely crushing. And we're meeting e7 with king d7. So I'm not seeing a way for white to survive. Maybe rook h1 is the closest thing to trying something.
Rook h1 definitely seems like a move here, because at least you get out of knight d3. You maybe get rook h8 check, followed by e7. But yeah, it seems like black is so active that there should be something really good.
So rook h1, knight d3 check, king.
Well, hold on,
e2.
before we look at knight d3, because king e2, I don't think there was a mate there. I mean, we could also just take on e6.
Oh
As
yeah,
black, and
yeah.
feel like I'm becoming an old Russian now. It's like, let's just take the pawn and we're up 2 pawns. Just like winning. Should be winning, but maybe there's something more forcing after knight d3. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to take the pawn and just be winning. Because yeah, there's nothing for white there after the e-pawn drops.
Yeah, especially we get the 2 connected passers on the king side. That's always nice. But I don't know. I mean, rook h1, knight d3 check, king e2. I don't quite see like a finish there, which is why Be a little nervous. If knight is knight d6 check anything? Let's see. For white here, knight d6 check. I think that maybe just allows black's king to get in front of the pawn, and yeah, it doesn't seem so great. Not that white has a lot of good options here. I think white is in, big trouble. So we're basically looking for any chances we can get.
Yeah. I'm struggling to find any chances here. It's good to still
E7.
play on and 96.
Oh, that's very tricky, Chess Latte. Hold on. Knight d6, king d8, e7 check. King takes knight f5. But I think even there, it's not totally working. Because king f6, knight takes e3, knight d3 check. And black also wins the exchange. Let me put it on the board because it's a fun line. So knight d6, king d8, e7 takes knight f5 here. So black is now fallen for everything. Knight takes e3, knight d3 check. And if we move the king somewhere, we're taking, and both knights hanging. Well, there is knight e4 at the end, so maybe it's still not so easy. King e5 takes b4. But I think black just has too many pawns at the end. Crazy line, though.
Yeah, I think it's probably something that Teddy doesn't want to go into. He'll probably play king c7 if knight d6.
But then e7?
Then e7. Then oh, never mind. Okay.
Yeah. And if rook takes e3, then we're just trading. Yeah, I mean, we can go fe, take, and black is up a lot of pawns here. At least 2 pawns. But it feels pretty good, especially this outside passer is very annoying for white. Rook takes e3 might also be similar. Even takes, and yeah, black has a lot of extra pawns here, so I think all these lines that simplify are generally going to be working out for black, but still black has to be extremely precise. The game is definitely not over, I think. And yeah, worse positions have been turned around for sure.
Yeah. Okay.
But
sorry, Sophie, I was wrong.
I
was wrong. There is potential hope for you.
No, I mean I wouldn't put money on it, but there's always chances to mess up, especially as we get lower on time, and you get lower on time and also closer to the finish line, which is why I think a lot of players end up getting nervous. So knight d6 checks. Let's see if Teddy...
Knight d6 check?
Well, actually, yeah, it feels like he has to go king d8 because king c7, e7, I think, is just maybe just losing on the spot.
Unless we have a mate or something, but I don't know how to exactly trap the king. He's just running a lot out of squares. They're like king c7, e7, knight d3.
Yeah, it feels like there's like almost a mate there, but right, it does look like the king actually escapes.
Because he goes to e2, we go to g2, he has f3, we go to f2, he has e4.
Right.
Then we go to c5.
Yeah,
he has
c5.
He has d4.
Right.
What squares are covered? Okay, so he still has he also has d5 available, right?
No, not with the knight on e3. But there is e5.
Or there's e5 available. Okay, so let's see. If we take... All right, my visualization might not be able to do this.
No, it's good training.
Okay, let's see. So king c7, e7, king takes knight, queen, knight d3, king
you wanna
e2,
take.
rook
Ah.
g2, king f3, rook f2, king e4, knight c5, king d4, knight c2. Is that mate? That's mate, right?
No, that one's not made yet because there's king c3.
There's kings. There's a knight on c3, right?
Wait.
Did I do something wrong?
No, I think you might be right. Sorry, isn't there a knight on c3? Maybe I'm getting confused. No, hold on. I think your line is good. Yeah. Hold on. King c7. This is genius. e7 takes queen. Knight d3. King e2. Rook g2.
King e2 only move.
King f3.
F3 only move. Rook f.
Rook f2. Yeah. King e4.
King e4. Knight c5. Now the king is on d6. He blocks e5. So king has to go to d4, and then I think knight c2.
Yeah, knight c2 is mate. Yeah. Very
There
nice.
we go.
Okay, there's a few mates in that position, but nice. That's awesome. There's I think any check, knight f5, rook d2, but beautiful. What a line. So actually, hold on. So king c7 is totally a move here. Might even be easier because Teddy can for sure calculate this. This is 100% within his capabilities. And then let's do your mate. Man, this is gorgeous. Look at that.
There we go.
Look at that. That's amazing.
I felt like there was a mate there. It felt like the king has nowhere. So I'm sure that Teddy can calculate that if I can.
He's I know Teddy, and I know when he has his silent calculation face on and he's just working through all the variations, and I think that's what he's looking at.
Oh, okay. They're pointing out that maybe promote to a knight instead.
You're just down a million pawns then.
That's essentially just losing a pawn. Yeah.
And anyway, there's still all the threats of knight d3 and the mates and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, so then the question is, can white do anything else after? Because king c7 tactically is more promising for black than king d8 because it comes with the tempo. Because you're hitting the knight, which is a huge threat, and you have knight d3 check. Both of these are just game-ending threats. Whereas king d8, you kind of give white a tempo. They only have to deal with the threat of knight d3 check, so maybe they still have something. e7, these lines don't really work out, but white gets an extra tempo to try to do something, right? You never know. So king c7, if it works, ends the game. Just ends the game. I mean, maybe knight e8 check. Then king d8, knight takes g7, knight d3 ends. Yeah. Man, he's thinking about it. And he has plenty of time. I think I don't know. My feeling is he already has seen the mate. He's just checking king c7 if white has other options, like maybe knight e8 check, maybe knight e4, something like just random moves. Knight takes b5, this kind of thing. Because it's a very forcing line. It's it's all checks.
Yeah.
It's not like he has to find a quiet move after white is promoted, and then it's which sometimes happens. Those lines are insane, but yeah, they definitely happen. So he has to just double check and triple check. I think you'll see it.
Can he clear the c3 square with knight takes? So okay, king c7, e7, king takes knight. Oh, okay. The issue is that on that take, you take the pawn, right?
Yeah, but white can start with knight takes b5. It's a good point.
Okay. Knight takes b5.
Just right on king
just
c7.
To clear it. Clear the square. So
and then push e7. Oh, that's devious.
Yeah, now c3 is open. So it's not... The mate that I found isn't going to be a mate. Let's see if we can find another one. So if king takes queen, then knight d3, king e2, rook g2, king f2, rook f2, sorry, king f3, rook f2, king e4 is the logical start of that all. Now we want to cover.
Oh, we have king c7 on the board.
Okay, we have
Nice.
king c7 on the board.
Nice. Oh man, it seems very close there.
Yeah.
So okay, Sophie's quickly gonna see that e7 king takes d6 is losing. But knight takes b5 definitely seems like the best try. But yeah, let's try to end it there. So knight takes AB, e7. We have to take white queens. Knight d3 check looks like only move. King e2. Rook g2, king f3. Rook
Okay,
f2,
so
king e4.
e4.
And then knight c5,
So-
king d4. That's all.
And then
Mhm.
before we did knight c2, but now he would have the escape square of c3. Oh, but knight takes a4 because the rook defends the c2 knight,
Mhm.
and the c2 knight covers b4 also. So
Yeah.
it's still knight c2.
This
It's
is still
just
made.
one more
Yeah,
move.
just one extra move. Very nice.
Okay.
Yeah. And that means also... Right, you need knight c2 to cover the b4 square. Bravo. So Teddy, I think, has worked this all out.
Yeah, he's smiling now.
Oh, is he?
Looks like it.
He knows he has mate coming.
Yeah.
He checked the broadcast. He's like, finally, these guys understand what I'm
Yeah.
up to. No, just kidding. Now, there's other options for white, but none of them seem to really work. Like knight d5, black just takes on d5, and then the knight can cover the e7 square and just give up for the pawn. So, yeah, the other issue for white is, of course, they're still down a bunch of pawns, and that's going to be a problem. Okay, let's see. Let's go to... We'll come back to this one, because I think Sophie's going to spend a lot of time here. Because now it's like, okay... do or die for white. You really have to. If you have any chance here, any knight takes b5, I mean, this is where you have to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
So let's jump to Evan against Katarina.
Okay, so we left off after e5 and then knight cd5, and then there was a capture on d6 and a recapture, and then Evan went rook to c2, trying to bring in all the pressure on that file. And then we
F4.
saw f4.
Rook AC1. Rook D7. Queen B3.
Okay. I don't really see it. What white's going for?
Well-
That c7 square is just so well protected.
Yeah. Yeah, I think last move is defending G3, and yeah, maybe Rook C6, like Wrath of Gods is saying, is an idea. But I don't think Rook C6 really works, yeah, with Knight B6 always possible. So I think white is just defending G3. But I mean, it's going to be dangerous. Black has just some very clear targets on the king side. Knight F5 is coming. Rook DH7. Black's play is, I think, pretty straightforward.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, Katarina, I think, likes attacking. So I think she's very optimistic about her chances here. Knight F5 hits D4 also. Yeah, she's evaluating her options here. And Evan has come back to his favorite pose.
Definitely an OTB player. He gets up and walks around. And...
Yeah, exactly. Classic OTV mentality. And
Yep.
it's not your move, you get away from the board.
All of the online only players are not used to getting up. They just sit in the chair and open Twitter, right?
Yeah, exactly. You know who you are.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm liking Black's position here. Um, I think it comes back to the Bishop A5. Felt like White had a really good position up until Bishop A5. I think he just missed all the attacking potential that Katarina had in this position. I missed it too. I was wondering. I thought, okay, the H file is open, but that's the only piece over there, right? But those pawns came in, and the queen is now targeting over there. It's beautifully executed attack from previously a defensive position.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, right. Really something happened during that early middle game phase that kind of worked out for Black. You know. So now, okay, she's thinking about it. Looks like ready to make a move. FG. And Evan, I think, was expecting this one. Looks like he's using a physical board. He goes FG. Yeah, he's taking with the queen would allow Black to put maybe a knight on the F4 square. Okay, so FG. Now this pawns have been traded, so now knight F5 comes with like a direct tempo, let's say. Feels like the most natural move, unless there's I guess there's options, because D4 is very weak right now, so maybe even like a knight B6 move makes sense for Black.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nice job, Coco. Well done. I expect you guys to give the dojo full credit with all of your OTB accomplishments in the coming years. Full credit, nothing less. Yeah, Diana gets it.
Yep.
Oh, knight b6 on the board. Nice.
Casa dropped below 8 minutes.
Casa, what's happening here? Okay, let's take a look.
Oh, B4 doesn't seem. Oh, wait, no, I'm.
So last we saw
Okay.
bishop d2, rook f6, rook e2,
Rook E2, A5.
5, rook a1. So he's not even sacking, he's just building up and then getting ready for the big knight g5, knight e5 push one day.
Yeah.
Okay, and Black played b4. All right, let me get their cameras back.
No. White is down to 7 minutes. Huh. It still feels like White should be winning this, but Black is trying to create something out of this queenside space. Bishop G5. No, is knight takes. Then we're breaking through on E7 anyway also. Huh. Maybe Bishop G5?
Bishop g5 makes sense. Yeah, just a quiet move like... I don't know, actually, knight e5 hangs d4. So I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah.
But yeah, big time advantage for Black still. Again, his one.
Black has used a lot of time in the last few moves.
Yeah.
Because it was almost an hour that Alexa had before, right? Or like 50 minutes or something.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we see Bishop G5.
Bishop g5, good call. Yeah, I like this. Now knight takes, e7 is hanging, queen h7 coming.
It feels like lights out, but I don't quite see it yet. Like see the full sequence.
Well, if white gets a rook to e7 and queen to h7,
Yeah.
that's going to be a problem. So this queen on h7, it's not always mating, but it creates a lot of pressure. Yeah, knight g5, knight g5, e6, maybe just knight takes e6 or queen h7 check first and then knight takes e6. I think white just breaks through.
Yeah. Yeah, I think if knight takes g5 is game over, but what else do you do here? Do you give up the exchange? To rook a f8 to hold the position together?
Let's see. I have a feeling it's just not going to work. Like rook a f8, bishop takes f6. And if bishop takes, just queen h6.
Mm-hmm.
And everything is hanging for black.
Yeah, I guess the issue is even if he takes back with the rook, we're sacking on e6 anyway and still getting the knight into g5. Okay, we see knight f8 here.
Knight f8.
Trying to protect around h7. This gives away the e7 pawn,
Yeah.
which we see white take.
Now both exchange sacrifices are possible here. Rook takes g7 and rook takes b7. Both might.
Yeah.
Everything is hanging. Oh man, yeah, this is looking really tough for Alexa, unfortunately. Rook e6, he's fighting though, but we might just see an immediate finish here.
Yeah, this feels like white should just be winning, right? Rook takes, and then does knight take, or
Let's say rook takes g7. To me, this looks like the first move to check.
oh, rook takes g7.
King takes g7, queen h6 check. And then if king f7, white can just go knight e5 immediately, or even take on e6 first, and then the knight comes into e5 with what seems to be devastation. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Maybe queen takes, knight e5, king game. Maybe it's not so clear just yet. Although white can take on g7 and then go queen h6, knight e5, and essentially I think win back the exchange immediately with the really nice dark squared bishop in the position.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe there's something easier. Yeah, I think there's lots of good options here for white. Rook 1 takes e6, maybe. Knight takes e6,
Yep.
bishop f6. Oh, there we see it. And then, yeah, just bishop f6 here just feels like black's king is going to get mated soon. There's too many pieces for white floating around. Let's go to Teddy's game because he actually did something different than what we thought.
Oh, on e7, he first went for knight d3. Oh wow, yeah, it's very different than what we thought.
So e7, yeah, I liked your line because it's just like forces mate. But knight d3, f3 check. So king takes knight. There's f2, discovered attack, and black wins because queen is getting promoted and knight is defending everything from d3. So king d2, f2, allowing white to promote to a knight with check and have 3 knights. But f pawn is just way too strong here. Rook a1, and now it's black to move here for Teddy. Huh. And is he still in control? What are we thinking?
I don't know.
Okay, he just promoted.
Yeah, I guess after rook takes, knight takes, we can always go rook to e3 to stop the queening.
Yeah. So king e2, there's rook e3, rook takes c7, and there black is just up in exchange and winning, at least.
Yeah.
If king c2, then there's minimum rook e3, but then you get some knight endgame. I'm not sure, right? Like e8 equals queen takes, and then knight will take on g7. Maybe there's something better for black. Maybe he can go for rook g2 check and play for the mate. Yeah, if rook e3, knight d5 check, king takes d6, knight takes e3, knight takes e3 comes with check. So that's good for black. But I think on king c2, rook e3, white is just going to promote, take on e8 with the knight, and then take on g7. And white's only down one pawn there. I mean, that's super drawish from the first glance.
So rook g2.
Trying to understand.
So
yeah.
King c2, rook g2, and then where does the king go? Because if he goes to d1, is that mate on d2? Yeah, it's mate on d2, so he has to go to b1.
Yeah, or 93.
We take on b2.
And here's where we were talking about that quiet move you might need for black. But the question is where?
Well, if we go knight to e3, knight to c2 is mate, so he can't promote. How can he block the mate?
No way, but there's a deflection idea.
Okay, so you're saying knight to d5 check?
Yeah. But even there, it's like... Actually, it's funny. On knight d5, you could even just take it. White promotes, take on d6. Then black has rook, two knights, and multiple pawns. And should be winning. It's still tricky, though. There's some stalemate ideas, but should be winning.
You could probably even, instead of taking the knight on d5, you could probably take the knight on d6, right? Because then, in order to stop the mate, they have to take on
very
e3,
good. Yeah.
And then you take on e7.
Yeah, that's much cleaner. Yeah, king takes, still threatening knight c2 mate. And then knight takes e3, king takes e7. That's GG. So yeah, so this one I think still winning for black. Maybe easier is just knight d2 with the threat of knight b3. Because here white, I think, doesn't have a way to stop this one. So I think that's what Teddy wants. But I wonder if he calculated. We'll have to ask him if he calculated all this, because it is a little bit convoluted. If knight e2, then I think rook can just take the e-pawn after that. So probably not going to be a great solution for white. I liked your line. Your line was just a forced mate with checks. No quiet moves needed.
Okay, so we see king d1. That's the only thing we didn't actually consider. But still,
king d1.
Still rook to g2 and rook to d2 is mate, right? So
rook g2 threatens mate. Yeah, multiple ways. Rook d2 and knight e3.
Oh, I missed knight e3. That's the important part, because that means that knight to e4 does not stop the mate.
Well, right, you can stop one mate with promoting, you can stop one mate with knight e4, but you can't stop both mates. No, both mates are very important after rook g2. I mean, he also has knight e3 check to repeat. But no, I don't know if you want that. King e2, you might lose coordination. Yeah, never mind.
Yeah.
So rook g2. Maybe knight takes b2 as a move as well.
Is there anything that stops mate on the next move after rook g2?
Well, there's maybe knight e2.
Oh yeah, knight e2 opens up the c square. No, it does. It opens up the d2 square. Okay, after knight to e3, there's still knight to d2. Got it. Okay. So rook g2, knight e2.
Very confused by this. I don't know. I'm not. I mean, Teddy's thinking. He doesn't look like someone who knows how he's gonna win this exactly. Oh, well, wait. Now
I still think you'll find a mate here.
b2 is hanging, so we could still play rook e3 here, because if white promotes, take knight takes, king d8 with tempo, knight takes g7. Black has knight takes b2 at least at the end and can get...
Wait, rook e3, knight to d5 check, then what? Oh, okay, rook e3 stop. Okay, it's
yeah, if rook e3, knight
same
d5, we just take on d6, yeah.
Yeah, take on d6, because if he takes the rook, then we take on e7.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Exactly. So rook e3, I think...
And then, but then now he's picking up the f1 knight. I guess it's enough pawns.
Wait, how do you mean?
I was saying after rook e3, knight d5, king d6, rook or knight takes on e3, king takes e7, knight takes
yeah.
f1.
Slow down there. After knight takes e3. Yeah, you gotta pause there.
Oh, you take back with check.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So rook e3, white would have to promote. Take knight takes. Let's say king d7. Knight takes g7. And then we're left with this endgame where black can take on b2, but then the knight is going to hang and b5 is going to hang. So it still looks very unclear to me, actually. Oh, no, you can... Well, I don't know. I mean, you can take on b2, you can take on a4, but then you get these, like, horrible pawns. I have no idea how to evaluate this. We need David here for this knight endgame.
Yeah, I don't know anything. King d1 ended up being... Oh, he went rook g2.
Rook g2 played. Okay, so he sees something on knight e2.
Knight e2 played right away as well.
Yeah.
When he comes on in an
check.
interview, we're going to have to tell him that he could have just taken on d6.
We're going to show him.
Yeah.
So he does have at least a perpetual here with king d2, knight f1.
Perpetual would be so sad from this position, I feel like.
Oh, knight f4. There we go.
4. Okay.
There's the tactics. Oh, beautiful.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Because now if king takes e3, we take on e2, and then he takes on f4, and then we take the e7 pawn. Is that the idea?
Well, number one, if white promotes, we have rook takes e2 check.
Yeah.
And then that's leading to mate. King c1, knight d3 check.
Like mate,
King b1, rook takes b2. Rook and two knights, when they coordinate, they deliver mate, right? So that's
like
kind
a similar
of
mate
first
to
point.
the other one we found.
And then, yeah, if king takes e3, then rook takes e2, king takes f4, rook takes e7. Up in exchange and completely winning. Yeah, promoting to a knight, unfortunately, gives white a knight. So that's not going to help them with the knight on e2 hanging. I mean, it's worth a try. Let's promote to a knight. We'll say king to, I don't know, d7 for black. King takes e3, rook takes e2, king takes f4, and then black can minimum take the knight, but doesn't even have to. Can also play like b4 and just win with the queenside pawns. But yeah, this one is pretty trivial. Okay, so knight f4 is a brilliant solution from Teddy. But I don't think he had this all calculated out. I think he was a little bit just relying on like, oh yeah, should be something there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he probably missed King D1. Neither of us said that as a move for the king, so I think he had to recalculate there.
Yeah, somehow King
Probably.
D1, yeah, evaded everyone's attention, it seems.
Yeah, because it looked like King C2 was getting mated. So okay, we see queening, and then we see king or the rook taking on E2.
Oh, King C3, yeah, this was the other option. But this one, I think, just knight D5 check. And black is left with an extra piece. And should be able to hold on to the pawns. So it's not 100% over right now. But it's very close. I think maybe just King C6 is easiest here. And then black's knights should take over. Should be enough pawns to win.
I think I'm reaching the end of Diana's patience. I think she's going to want a bottle soon. So thank you for letting me come on. I really appreciate it. It was a fun time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thanks for putting on this event. It's really awesome to see. I'll continue watching as I feed her probably. So I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Have a good one. I'll see you.
Do you need me to leave my camera like stay in the Zoom call to prevent the things from all changing, or?
It's up to you. I'll figure it out either way. No worries. You can go if you want.
Okay, I'll just mute myself and then turn off the camera, but stay in the Zoom. I think that's what David said to do.
Okay, that's
before.
fine. Yeah.
All right, great. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Mitch. Have a good one. Alrighty, I'm gonna switch over to another scene here in just a sec. And all right, there we go. There we have Sophie and Teddy. Okay, so they're down to this knight endgame. Should be winning for black. But of course, Teddy has to be careful not to give up his last pawns, especially for white's knight. But it feels like he should be able to coordinate. He can also probably just win the b2 pawn for free and leave himself with 2 pawns in the end. So should be enough here. Yeah, Diana's so cute. Oh, Diana. Let's check in with Casa here. And I'm going to have to adjust the cams. Here we go. So Casa did play bishop f6. This is where we last left it. Takes, bishop f6. Why don't you go king d7, trade knights? Let me see. Oh, king d7 like this. Knight takes g7, knight e6 check. Not sure. Maybe was worried about this one. And then you have to make sure you're not losing all your pawns. So this would be very scary for black, I think. So now we have b4 on this board, and yeah, should be winning soon enough. Katarina versus Evan. We'll come back to this one because this game is also going to be crazy. But let's see Casa here against Alexa, because this one might be close to over. After bishop f6, it looks like just very, very dangerous for black's king. White's pieces are coming in. Knight e5. You can take here at some point. Queen h6. It's going to be really really tough to hold this one. In fact, all 3 games here might be finishing soon. This game with Sophie and Teddy, they have the most time, but this game is definitely approaching the end. Still, Black is going to have to be precise here not to allow white to give up the and not to give up his last pawns for white's knight, but I think he has everything under control. This knight nicely dominating knight on e6, and the king can soon. Also, I think black just wants to break immediately. Boom, and then boom. Was rook f8 mate in 1? Not sure. What are you referring to, Pumpkin? Yeah, knight on g7 covering this one. Yeah. What is white's immediate threat here? Well, I think a couple things white can do. White can definitely consider just knight e5, just adding to the tension, bringing the knight in. Or for something more immediate, taking with the king on g8 and then playing queen h6. I think looked very annoying. Or takes and then knight g5, for example, also looks extremely annoying. So king f8, keeping an eye on the rook. But now I think this one is just lights out. I think that's easy. Yeah, there we go. So I think this one's going to be the next one to end. I think that's just GG. We might even see resignation here, because that's going to be 2 pieces for white for the rook, 2 very, very active pieces. Active queen is just forced mate. It's just, yeah, it's plus a billion, just mate in 2 after queen takes g7. And I think they're going to play it out. Maybe king e6, knight g5 for the fans. Okay, no, just resigns. Yeah, that's going to be a GG for Casa there. Hey, good game, Casa.
Thanks.
Yeah, well played.
Yeah, it was kind of wild.
Yeah, you spent 46 minutes there on that move, HG.
Yeah, it's the thing is I was trying to figure out. I'd be curious to know what my opponent thought, but I was trying to figure out how to kind of migrate my essentially migrate my pieces to the king side, and I was in that position before HG. I was considering h6, just closing and putting the bishop on h8. I was considering knight h4, adding pressure to g6 that way. I was considering queen and basically I kept coming up on lines where the knight on h4 actually was getting in the way of the queen getting to h4. So I wasn't, it just kind of wasn't working out. And then, yeah, I think I was trying to get I think queen e4, queen h4 is okay, but I missed a detail later where I can't sack the exchange on e6 when I want to, because he has this amazing resource with queen e1 check. And I was like, wow, like king h2, like I can't break through. So it's just like, and I was trying to find all these ways to like sack my rook on a1 to get in, but I'm sure I'm sure they were going to be thwarted. So so yeah, I just think it was really complicated. I was probably a bit worse, but I thought I had a lot of pressure regardless.
Oh, so when you play bishop d2, you weren't super confident here.
Yeah, so basically the thing was if I sacked the exchange right away, like the problem is if I go rook takes e6,
yeah,
queen takes e6, knight g5, queen e1 check, king h2, and then rook f6 is really important move. Like I think it's maybe an only move, but after that I don't think I have an attack. And so the point is I just need to get my other rook on a1 in the game. And actually after bishop d2, rook takes e6 is a threat again. And that's probably one of the critical positions, is just,
yeah.
Yeah. And then there's this other moment with knight takes, I played knight takes d5, which looks really counterintuitive. in some ways. But the point is there were some lines where we're trading queens, and if this pawn is on d5, I have like rook takes e7 and rook takes b7 tactics with bishop takes d5 check.
Okay.
So it was really important to eliminate that knight to have those tactics, and also in some positions the knight was annoyingly coming back to f6 anyway. So it's not kind of weird to straighten the structure, but yeah, that dynamic where the bishops staring at each other on the diagonal, the one that's protected is going to be a little bit stronger. But I'm really curious to hear what I had no idea what's going on.
Right. Yeah, the bishop definitely ended up like a problem. Yeah, Alexa, how did you feel about the game?
It was really, really tough. I think after Queen B6, I should be at least slightly better. During the game, I thought I was close to winning, but I definitely underestimated this plan with Rook E2 and just doubling rooks. Probably because of that, Rook F6 is a mistake, and I should play Rook F7 instead. I was deciding between those two moves. Also, I think maybe F5 was not necessary. I could delay the capture of the pawn with something like Queen E8. But I think the real moment where I should be more practical is when I go F5, Queen H5, I have this option of going immediately Knight F6. I think that was probably better.
So instead of taking.
Yeah. Because the knight is really needed in the defense. I don't know what Casa thinks about Knight F6.
Yeah, I didn't actually think Knight F6 was great, because in different lines, when you move the knight from d5, I thought that the diagonal is actually going to be, they're going to be tactics. So like your bishop on b7 will be loose, and I can sometimes, and I go knight g5 in some positions, and your knight f6 is frozen. And I do agree with you with I was actually surprised by f5. I thought Queen e8 was, that's why I spent a lot of time, because I thought Queen e8 moved in every line, because I thought if you play if you can manage to play Queen e8 and, or just defend g6 and delay playing f5 and instead try to go bishop c8 and just get the e6 pawn, I was really, I was going to be 2 pawns down regardless, but I was having, it seemed like if you force my bishop to h3, then f5 is going to be more effective, because the bishop is going to be kind of silly there. And then I thought actually, I thought rook f6 was reasonable instead of I thought rook f7, then I can actually sack, because then I thought I could play rook takes e6, queen takes e6, rook
e1.
that
I was afraid of that, and that's why I didn't go for it. But do you have a win?
I just thought, I don't know how you're going to make moves, because if after rook e1, queen f, like wherever you put your queen, then knight g5, if my knight is getting to e6 with queen h7 check, I thought it was winning. I thought actually the key position after rook e2, I thought you could play g5, which is actually very annoying. Because the point is, if I go, it's really funny, if knight takes g5, what was it? Rook h6 is trapping my queen. So I can't, and it looks like they're more tactics, because I can go rook takes c6, and then you can go rook takes h4 and sack a piece, and then rook takes b6, a takes b6, g takes h4, and then at the end of that, bishop takes b2. You have all these pawns. It's really, and you're hitting my rook on a1. I just think it's too much to go for. I think it's very risky. So I was actually, after g5, I was going to play instead of knight takes g5, which I wanted to play. I had to play. I thought I should play bishop takes g5, and then after knight takes g5, knight takes g5, Oh no, was it knight takes g5? I don't know if no, it wasn't knight takes. After knight takes g5, I think I go queen takes g5, so I can stay attached to the d4 pawn, and I'm a pawn down and still have this kind of dark square grip. Um, but I'm still a pawn down, and I don't know. It's just g5 I thought was really fascinating. But I don't know.
Yeah, it's a nice trick
Yeah.
with the rook h6.
I just have, I guess, one question. So, of course, Queen e4 was very interesting. And I think you're at least equal in retrospective, at least in a practical sense. But why not just go rook e1 and build up the position? I thought this was like a little bit more precise. You can always go for these Queen e4 ideas.
Yeah, I was worried about you corralling the pawn. So if I go, do you want me to go rook e1 taking on g6 or keeping the tension?
I think keeping the tension.
Yeah, so I was worried about I was just worried about after rook e1 you playing bishop c8, and I wasn't sure like how to. And if I go bishop h3, then you have f5. So
But
I
then
just think,
g5. Maybe.
yeah, I just didn't think it was very clear. I thought you have options with like rook f6, and I just thought you had a few too many options, and I couldn't see. I see the knights coming to g5, but like I didn't see like my pieces making sense. If my bishop had to go to h3, I felt like my pieces were gonna not be great. So I thought it gave me a better chance if I kept my my kind of central integrity, like essentially keeping the play on the king side, the pressure that you have to worry about, and also keeping the play in the middle, because you want to break out in the center with 5 or something like this, but there's always all these tactics. Yeah, I'm wondering actually if I could play h6, because that's the thing I, was really attracted to. But again, the same problem. I thought you just go, obviously you go bishop h8, and then I kept seeing ways in which you're corralling the pawn with like bishop c8 and like f5, rook f6. Even if you can sack an exchange for that knight on g5, it's just gonna fizzle. So that's why I did what I did. But
Yeah.
it was a total mess.
No, it was a nice game. Good attacking game, I think.
Yeah, very interesting game, guys. I'd be curious what the evaluation is like. Because yeah, it felt like White had some real pressure there, but it was 2 pawns, so it was like, yeah, very double-edged. Well, thanks, guys. Looks like we have another game that's just finished with Teddy and Sophie. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for joining us, and good luck.
All right, take care.
Thanks.
See you guys.
Hey,
Have a good
Chris,
one.
Jeff. How's it going?
Hey, Teddy. Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, and good game stuff. It was super interesting.
Good game, yeah. There's a lot that happened, so
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was super nervous because this was not. I probably had looked at this line like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, and you just played the first, I don't know, 20 or 22 moves so quickly. I was like really worried that I had like fallen into something, or it felt really scary, but I guess maybe my position was okay.
yeah, I kind of like my position, but
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't take on b7.
Yeah, I think that would have helped your position. Although I still think I was okay there. I'm not totally sure. I thought h3 was like a very normal move, but maybe an inaccuracy. I thought instead of h3, knight g5 immediately might have been more scary, because then you're attacking both e6 and f7. Whereas my knight on h6 is covering the f7 square. I really wasn't sure though.
That's a good point, and I didn't. I didn't really think about that.
I mean, h3 is such a normal move to want to play, but I don't think you need it. But again, I don't know. I haven't looked it up with the computer, so I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, there's a line that I looked at where h3 is played, but it's not this exact position.
Gotcha. Yeah, and then I don't know. I think this idea with like rook at the very end, this idea with like rook d3, rook g3, I think it's working. But I like, you know, your
It's very
pawn is
fun.
just like hanging out on e7 for like 10 moves, and I was like, oh my gosh, I really hope I'm not miscalculating.
I was
But I-
somehow sort of surprised you went for that. Like this complicated line where you have to calculate accurately, but it works. I feel like, I don't know. People do it against me all the time, though. It's just like there's always something that works, and people just go for it, and they instead of playing it safe.
Yeah, because instead of rook d3, I was thinking of like, okay, maybe I should play rook f8, seemed very safe or something like that, but I don't know. I felt like it should be working. I actually have to say, like, when I started calculating this line, I actually kind of forgot about knight d6 check. Because I thought, you know, after knight d6 check, I thought I'd just go king d8, and then I'm like, okay, I'm just winning. But then I realized you have e7, and there's the pin, so knight f5 is a fork, and then too many pieces get traded.
I thought you were still winning, though.
Probably, but it makes my job harder. And then I started looking at king c7, and I was like, I think I'm getting your king, maybe. So I don't know. It was definitely got really complicated.
Yeah, it was pretty exciting. After e7, Teddy, did you consider just taking the knight on d6?
How does that line go? Because, okay, so if I go king takes d6, you get the queen?
Yeah. And then there's knight d3 check, king e2, rook g2 check, king f3, rook f2 check, king e4, and then knight c5 check.
Oh, and this is just checkmating.
Just mating, yeah.
Oh. To be honest, I didn't really calculate it. I just kind of figured, or I guess I just kind of assumed it wasn't working, but that's all super forced, right?
Yeah, actually Mitch was on. He found this line.
Yeah, that's a really good find. Yeah, I just assumed it wasn't going to work, and I saw that the other line I thought with f2 was just I saw that I was like almost 100% sure that was working, so I didn't calculate the other line. Oh man, should have found that.
Yeah, no, that we thought that was your idea. I mean, I think it did work for black, though. Like, how far did you see when you played knight d3 check, or king c7? I guess was where you have to.
With king c7, I saw all the way to like, you know, I knew that I would be able to play f2. I saw the rook had to move somewhere. I saw I was going to be able to queen takes, knight takes. And then when I looked at that position, I realized the king didn't have any good squares to go to, and then I went for it.
Gotcha. But then king d1 rook g2 is very nice because you have this knight f4.
Yeah, I was actually originally planning to go rook e3, and I thought that was still winning because I'm up 2 pawns. But actually, am I up 2 pawns? Because you have e8 and then takes, and then you take the pawn on g7. Maybe I'm only up 1 pawn there. But yeah, rook g2 I think is essential then.
Yeah, rook e3, because you have like b2 at the end there, but we weren't sure. It looked like, you know, could be super tricky. But yeah, I think rook g2 ended up being really, really strong. We didn't see anything for white.
Yeah, and it's funny, right? Because if instead of going king c3, you go king c1, then there's a really nice checkmate with the rooks and the knight, or the rook and the 2 knights.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It just I don't know. It's one of those positions where like it really just feels like there should be enough. And you just kind of, I don't know, just hope that your calculation is good enough and it's going to work out okay. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it was a crazy game.
So I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and look at that line because I think the prep was really good. And I was super nervous early on that I was gonna get in really hot water quickly, but it just kind of worked out okay.
Mm-hmm.
That always happens in my games.
Yeah, it's no, I don't know.
No, yeah, it looked really good, Sophie. Though, have you had this kind of position before in the Moran?
No, never had this exact position.
Yeah, it's super. Like, I don't even know where you went wrong exactly with white. It's just the position so volatile.
I think I just should have taken on B7.
Instead of H3 or?
Instead of allowing C4.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think at that point, right? So this is when you played A4, right? Bishop takes B7.
Yeah.
I think
I forgot.
Yeah, I think I was gonna take with the king, but I honestly don't remember at this point.
Oh, sorry, I'm getting to that position. Yeah, I regretted like playing A4 because after C4 and then the king moves, like if it moves to G2 or H1, then I forgot that you could just take on E5.
Yeah. Yeah, you're in a bit of a tough spot there. Yeah, like I said, I think if you took on B7, I think I was going to take with the king. And I still think there's just a ton of fight left in this position. Like, it's not super clear to me who should be better here. I think you definitely have plenty of compensation for the pawn. And so, yeah, I think it's just going to be a big fight here. I don't know.
Yeah, I really don't mind this position.
No, like I said, I think your prep was good. I think this is definitely a position where, you know, white can overwhelm black and you know, even though I'm up a pawn, my king is super scary and I have a lot of weaknesses that you can start prodding at. So I think it makes sense.
Yeah, a lot of ideas. Like knight f7 just right away looks interesting. Yeah, a lot of ideas for white.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Well, thanks for joining. Hopefully you guys get some good rest, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thanks, Christian. Good luck tomorrow, Sophie.
Yeah, good
Thanks.
luck.
Good luck to everyone.
All right, see ya. And okay, it looks like Evan and Katarina are done as well.
Well, I'm definitely done. Oof.
Yeah, it looks like this one ended with okay, some nice tactics.
Oh man, this was exactly the kind of game that that just overwhelms me. Like after already playing a long round, right? Like I'm already kind of tired, maybe not hyper focused, and I needed to be so precise.
Yeah.
And she didn't skip a beat. Like I'm sure she calculated everything, and I had a big time advantage I let slip away.
Yeah, this game was super sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure I can learn a lot from going over it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Also, I think if this game proves anything else, it's that why even bother preparing for my opponents? Because all I really looked at was triangle structure, like closed Catalan stuff.
Oh, you prepared something else.
Yeah, I was expecting C6, not DC.
Gotcha.
So I guess that's karma for you.
No, I mean, you prep for one game, might not work out, but hopefully you prep some good stuff that you can use for the future.
Right. I like to think that if it's sort of any consolation, even if my prep didn't align perfectly with what was played, just preparing it all is useful, right? To have your head in the right place. Maybe it sharpens you up a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, I find preparing an opening is one of the best ways to actually learn some stuff
Right.
about it when you know it's gonna happen or you think it's gonna happen over the board.
Yeah. You want to? Should we go over it? You want to invite me to the board?
Yeah, we could just briefly discuss. Actually, I haven't had any analysis boards. It's just been the players talking through their thoughts, and I can just follow along. Yeah, Katerina, are you with us?
Is she on? She's muted. There
Yes, I'm with you guys. If you can hear me.
Yeah.
Okay.
GG, well played.
Thank you. Very interesting game, Evan. I was actually not expecting G3. I was preparing for knight C3 instead of G3.
I guess then we can both identify with getting sidetracked from our prep early on. Because I was telling Kosha I was expecting the closed system with C6 and not taking on C4.
Mm-hmm. When you played G3, I was like, okay, so what do I want to do?
Yeah. But no.
But you played well. I mean, the whole thing after Queen takes C4, I had a game at the US Championships against Anna Sharyevich, where I played exactly the same thing, even with Bishop D6, but I have a feeling I had a pawn on F5 before, so there may be some differences. But you played so fast, so I was like, did he prepare for this?
No, you called my bluff. I vaguely remember seeing that those align with early Bishop D7 and thought that knight E5 was correct just to swap off that bishop. But I was not familiar at all with positions where black castles queenside.
Mm-hmm.
It's very different from standard Catalan positions where both sides castle kingside.
Mm-hmm.
Much more tactical.
Okay.
And I didn't think I could waste a second after H5. I thought every move after H5, I needed to do something to just prevent you from completely obliterating the kingside, because that was something that could have occurred every move.
Yeah, I think everything until after we play B4, I think that's all like theory or just like analysis. I think the first move that I didn't like, and I think is off, is Bishop A5.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure what the bishop is doing there because like the pieces, the bishop on D6, knight on D5, like my C7 is actually quite protected. And if you have bishop on A5, you are stopping any advance with like A4, A5, any sacks, like bishop on C6, like, so I thought that after bishop A5, I was like,
in retrospect, I think you're absolutely right. Bishop A5, for me, the intention was actually to stop knight B6 or to provoke B6, and then I would have gone E5 because now you don't have the B6 square for your knight on D5 or not E5, sorry, E4. You don't have the knight, you don't have B6 for your D5 knight anymore. But that bishop sort of got in my own way. And it probably would have been far more meaningful on either E1 or D2, right? Just to kind of play defense.
And I think if you I don't know if you see the position, I'm just getting to the channel right now, but like if you don't go like bishop A5, but you go like knight C3 or something, like, was there a specific line that you didn't like?
After bishop A5?
No, instead of bishop A5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, if I go if I go rook C1 or something, you mean?
I would develop the knight somewhere.
Oh, okay. So like knight C3, maybe?
Yeah, let's say.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then what happens after knight B6?
After knight B6,
I thought that it was
Queen B3?
useful to have your knight on b6, and you gain the tempo on my queen, and then you can just keep rolling on the king side.
But if I have knight on b6, then you have a5, a4, a5 with the tempo.
Maybe then, yeah. So where do I put my queen for one thing, right? Because a4 would be the square I'd like to go, but it's unsafe. I don't know. Let's say I go to b3. And then g5 or take on g3.
I like to play f5, so I'm stopping e4,
f5
but
to stop e4
I'm
makes sense
not sure
too.
if it's just like my feeling that I want to do it, or yeah, maybe g5 if Kostya wants to play g5.
So, and then you're saying just a4?
Yeah.
And then if f5, or maybe now g4? Because there are, you may want to go g4, h3, right? And then f5, f4? Or
you mean g5?
Right, or it makes more sense to open the, to take on g3. Well, maybe not take on g3 right away. Maybe I can take with the f pawn. All right, so let's say you go f5, a5, knight d5.
Okay.
If I go a6, you go b6. If I go b6, you go a6, I think. I'm not sure.
So I can go like knight a4, knight c5. That's one option. Yeah.
Knight a4.
I mean, even going b6, a6, if I capture on c7, there are so many dark squares that are weak. So I think some precise calculation is needed, but okay, let's just play knight a4. That seems like that.
Or if I could just ask if white plays a6, b6, and then if we just take 3 times on d5.
Oh, right, there is queen a8.
Knight takes d5.
Yeah.
E takes d5, bishop takes d5.
Right.
What about like, oh, there's no like bishop g3 because I check on b7, right? Or
yeah,
no, I have
like
bishop e6, which is even.
e7, bishop e6. Yeah, I think light squares definitely seem like a problem.
Plus, yeah, bishop.
So if knight takes, queen takes, and c6.
There's even like.
Then it's.
Rook c1 maybe.
I mean, if I'm trading queens, I'm very happy here, right?
Yeah, because I think that's going to be 2 pawns. Yeah, but even rook c1 is okay.
Oh yeah, I would.
Rook c1 is painful.
Well, rook c1, bishop c5. But, oh no, you're right. Then I stake on c6. Yeah. Yeah, rook c1 is savage. Yeah.
So this was all with this like just knight c3, queen b3, and then a4, a5, where black has to be really fast. It seems.
So I have just enough time to develop, I guess. I was really worried about knight b6 as a defensive resource, but I guess I overestimated it.
Yeah, I would leave the knight. I would have left the knight on d5.
Right.
Because I don't mind you trading the bishop, because the bishop is obviously on g2 very important to defend your king.
Yeah.
So if you play like knight c3, I would be thinking about playing like f5, g5, king b8, one of those. But probably I would play g5.
What if could you just trade on c3 and then go and put the other knight on d5?
I can do that, but I think you have e4 there. Right?
Can you take on g3?
After e4?
Yeah.
But I take the knight.
Take on d5. Take on... I'm not sure you should take on h2 or f2. But maybe I'm safe either way. let's say you just say you take on f2.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'll take with
King
rook.
h1? No, just kidding.
King h1. Let me think about it for a second.
Maybe not best. I have to take with the king, right?
I was thinking rook takes.
Rook takes, bishop h2, king f1, ed.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, so that's 3 pawns.
And I mean, rook e8 next, I would think, and
I think this is possible to play for black.
I mean, these are kinds of things I was always trying to be prepared to meet.
Okay, but so maybe e4 is just too much. So if taking on c3, bishop takes, knight d5, just moving the bishop d2.
Yeah, just bishop d2, right? Just
yeah.
And now e4 is in play.
Or what if white had played e4, hg, maybe just hg?
After e4.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean if I just leave the knight, just hg? Well, now bishop g3, right? And takes knight e3.
Oh, this thing again. Yeah.
Yeah.
But here at least d4 is still defended, so maybe it's not so...
so like
so
queen...
Let's say like queen d3, yeah.
d3,
knight f1, rook f1.
Yeah.
Oh, but maybe you can go, instead of knight f1, you can go something like knight takes g2, king takes g2, e5.
Mm-hmm. Maybe rook h1 there.
And then take on d4, and
yeah, some pawns.
Yeah, I don't know.
Only 2 pawns, so maybe, I don't know. Doesn't seem like... a lot for black. But
I mean, this line is very sharp.
Like, yeah, you guys were saying maybe bishop d2 is just easier for white, just preparing d4. So, yeah, that makes sense too. Yeah, I guess that was the other issue with bishop a5, is that all of a sudden it left... Yeah, I was curious actually, Katerina, did you consider the sack on g3 instead of f5? Yeah.
Yes, I was analyzing it, but bishop takes g3, I thought it's not working. I mean, I spent like 8 minutes calculating this.
I think...
But bishop takes...
I think I can defend.
Yeah, pawn takes, knight takes e3.
So we're saying after bishop a5, if hg right away, right?
Yeah, I thought you were gonna just go here for queen takes e7.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't find serious advantage.
Oh, you mean if... Right. That's the thing, is at the end I can always bail out with queen c7.
Right. So yeah, we were looking at the second game. King takes and then rook takes f7 at the end.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
And now I can play like knight c2, and I thought, after rook takes g7, then rook takes e7, or probably take on e7 first.
Mm-hmm.
But I wasn't sure I have like sufficient advantage here to win.
Gotcha.
Because then probably something like
maybe rook d7 to trade the rooks.
Oh, are we looking at the end game after bishop a5 after hg?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, bishop g3, knight e3, and then queen takes c7.
Right.
And then takes, king takes c7, rook takes f7. Katerina was saying maybe knight c2, which looks good.
After bishop c7, what does black do?
Bishop c7, king c7.
Okay, just king c7 and then rook f7.
Mm-hmm.
And then knight c2.
Mm-hmm.
And knight e7 and king d6.
Yeah, rook takes e7, maybe king d6, maybe just rook d7 to try to, I guess, keep the either trade the rooks or maybe force white to go rook takes e6.
Yeah, and like if rook...
I don't know about rook d7.
But
Rook
after rook
d7,
takes
king
d7,
d7, bishop b7,
knight takes a1, knight
and
c3.
then knight c. I don't know if bishop c6 or knight c3. I might have chances to hold that. Maybe black should keep both rooks. King d7. I don't know.
Normally, you would want the rook off with
Right.
the extra exchange.
That's true. It's my only active piece.
I think the problem is knight is coming back to c2 and like d4 pawn. I don't know. I mean, it was. Yeah, I was more just curious what you
If
guys
only there
thought
was
of
a
it.
course where I could learn endgames on chessable.
I hear
Yeah.
Hellstein's pretty good.
Yeah.
So, Catherine, you just thought you're getting more with f5. You liked your chances.
I liked f5. I honestly wasn't sure like what the bishop on a5 is doing, so I'm just keeping my pressure. My plan is very simple. I just want to play f5, g5, f4, just to break in on the king side.
Mhm.
Anytime the light square bishop captures on d5, I'm very happy. There are less attackers. And it's just
I
like,
thought f5 was a very good move.
yeah, so I was like, after f5, I may not be as, it's not as simple as in the previous variation, but I just don't see, what white can do here. But then
Gotcha.
things got complicated somehow. I think I missed e4.
Right. I can't go e4 right away because,
Yeah, I'm not sure about king b8 now thinking of it.
yeah, so rook c1, g5, knight c3.
Maybe now is the time to capture the knight and play knight d5.
Uh-huh.
Now take on c3, you mean?
Mm-hmm. Because your e5, I feel like it's strong.
And white takes with something, and black puts the other knight
I
on
guess
d5.
I take.
Mhm.
I guess I take with the rook.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I'm not. Yeah. Let's say take with the rook.
Okay.
Now knight d5.
Mm-hmm.
So I was considering just sacking an exchange here, but right, just going rook ac1, but it could just be nothing after you take on c3. I still can't take on.
Like, I don't even know
Right,
if I have
because
to be
you'll have
capturing
d6,
you.
but I don't know if I can get it on the light square.
But what do you want to play?
So if I go rook c1,
So rook
Okay.
ac1.
right, rook ac1, right, giving up the exchange on c3, knight c3, rook c3. I wasn't really sure what to do next.
Yeah. But I mean, maybe black doesn't even.
I mean, I
take
guess,
it.
I mean, bishop c6 might be a threat.
Right.
If I
bishop
just go
c6.
f4,
Yeah, but maybe
F4,
f4, so
bishop
without
c6.
taking on c3, right?
yeah, just
Oh, f4 right away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because the rook isn't really going anywhere.
E4.
Okay, now when the bishop is closed, that's a different.
I'm gonna do the
story.
same thing though. If you take on c3, I go e5.
Mm-hmm. And then knight d5 back.
Knight d5 back, take on d6.
Right. Let's say.
Oh, but now it's worse because no one is guarding my back.
Now I
there's,
think I'm winning c7,
Now
right?
c7 is hanging. Yeah. So this
Yeah.
is but it's not so clear still because queen takes d6
Bishop d5.
and then ed.
Queen c7.
Yeah, we get
Bishop,
this in
and then
here.
queen c7, bishop c7.
Bishop c7.
And then bishop e5 is coming.
That's yeah, actually here seems like we're winning back the exchange for white. So
Because
yeah,
one thing, what if the knight doesn't go to d5 but just captures another pawn on d5? Very greedy move.
oh okay, right. Because in the game you didn't want to take this one because there was like rook a b1, but
Yeah.
here
So you're saying
yeah,
after
that's right.
e5, just take on b5?
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Take on d6. It's the same problem, right? You're gonna lose
Oh, yeah,
c7.
stuff-
No,
stuff's
somewhere I
still
wanted to
hanging.
play b6, but there's bishop
e6
c6.
here, then
Mm,
just bishop c6. Right?
But then there's queen h7. It's nothing.
Oh, do you have queen h7?
No, I don't. Just
Yeah.
trying.
Oh yeah, it's getting very messy actually.
No, because I can check you on e6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, this doesn't work.
So we're just to back
See,
up.
it's all because of this amazing bishop on a5.
E4.
Okay, so maybe
Takes
not
e5.
f4.
Yeah, maybe in this e5 line, knight d5, e takes d6, maybe b6 can be thrown in. But I don't know. It's super sharp.
E5 line from the game, or
no, the one we were just looking at with f4 and e4.
okay, f4, e4, knight c3,
Just thinking
e5.
takes e5, knight d5. Yeah, e takes d6, b6. Maybe needs to be thrown in.
So instead of knight d5, what were you suggesting?
No, knight d5 is good, and then
Okay.
e takes d6, b6.
Oh, b6.
Yeah.
Bishop d5.
Let's say ed,
Queen d5.
queen d5. Oof.
Uh-oh.
Some attack.
Oh no, my bishop.
Queen takes d6. Actually, maybe it's not actually so great.
Yeah, I think black is surviving here.
Cool. Queen a8.
King d7.
I'm down a rook though at the end of this, aren't I?
Yeah.
Yeah,
That's a problem.
that should be decisive.
But
Do I have any?
oh, 3.
No, this might be good.
Wait, just going back. This is what this was knight c3 instead. Oh, this was okay instead of king
Knight
b8.
c3 instead of
taking
king
on c3.
b8.
Yeah, yeah. Maybe king b8 is not totally necessary for black. Not sure.
King b8, I thought maybe was a mistake because I'd be taking on c7 with check in all these lines too. Like it.
Right.
I don't know.
It seemed like it kind of worked out in the game with the knight coming back
Right.
to d5. I thought was a good.
I didn't
resource.
see anything better than e4.
Yeah.
And then I didn't even notice e5 until after Katerina took on c3. Is e5 better than, like, is it my only hope? Because I was afraid of just recapturing on c3 and then fe and knight d5, and I just didn't see any way to improve my position. Like, let's say I take on c3 with the rook, right? Fe.
Yeah.
Bishop e4, knight d5. Right? Like, now what?
Yeah, it looks pretty unpleasant. For white.
Yeah. I think no matter how I take back on c3, knight d5.
Right.
And now the queen just gets in. Black's attack looked really fast.
Yeah.
Now my bishop on a5 looks pretty stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
No, I think e5 was a reasonable try. Because yeah, already there was looking like black is taking over.
Yeah. I guess maybe it sets a few traps, but you know, Cat avoided them very skillfully.
Yeah, I was thinking after e5, if I want to play knight d5 and have that type of, extra pawn, or if I should capture on e5.
So if you had taken on b5 with the knight?
No, on e5 with the bishop.
Oh, take on e5 with the bishop.
But then
right?
bishop takes e5, pawn takes
Pawn
e5,
takes e5.
and I'm like, I'm giving up the d file, but it's blocked. I was a little bit thinking that could be a possibility as well to play this way, but after knight c d5, it's not that clear for black to continue here.
Right.
Yeah, after
now I
rook
think,
d1.
Just rook d1,
Right.
or what other ideas do I have? I guess
Because
rook
it's still
d1.
very solid. The knights are like protecting everything. The bishops have diagonals, but nothing so
Yeah.
exciting on them. Yeah, but still,
Yeah, it's
I
just one
wasn't sure.
pawn. Yeah, so it's not like
Right.
a ton.
Yeah, maybe a4.
Yeah.
I'll play probably like f4. Feel that's my
Rook
only
a3.
plan.
Oh wait, rook d1. Sorry, it was black to move.
Wait, where's rook d1?
Oh, after knight cd5. Oh, or does white not go rook d1?
After knight cd5 in the analysis?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about rook d1. I don't know if I want to take it off the c file.
Oh, maybe just a4 there.
So maybe just a4 instead, and
So
then swing my
a4,
rook
f4,
around
rook a3.
from a3. So yeah, then f4, rook a3.
Yeah,
And
it just
maybe
felt
just-
that this is more comfortable for white. That it's easier for you to play it. At least when the white pawn is on d4, black can target it at some moment. I cannot really target the pawn on e5.
Right.
Yeah. It seems like you got a better structure in the game.
No, I thought what you did in the game was good.
There was one thing I was worried here. Yeah, takes.
So now I was deciding between rook c2 and even a3. I was considering to go bishop b4, but that also just seemed slow.
Yeah.
Like a3. F4.
Oh, I was thinking that you may play a3 because that's very interesting. If you're gonna plug the bishop on b4 and I will take it, then you can open your a file.
Yeah, taking it I thought would be dangerous for you because then it opens all sorts of sacrifices on a7.
Right.
But I think you can just sort of ignore it, right? Like if I go a3, f4, bishop b4, and like queen d7.
Okay.
I didn't see what to do
Okay,
next.
so rook c2. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe rook a2. Okay, let's go rook a2.
Take on g3.
Pawn takes.
Knight f5.
Yeah, looks safe.
This looks a little scary.
So probably what happened in the game was better.
Yeah, no, I think, yeah, again, I thought the time was of the essence, and my one piece that's not doing anything is the rook on a1. So f4, rook c1, rook d7, queen b3.
Yeah, I have to be very careful here because like rook c6 could be a threat. If
Yeah,
I didn't play knight b6, I knew that you're gonna try to trap my queen.
There was that voice, right, saying like, oh, like maybe she'll fall for rook c6. Although even saying fall for is probably an exaggeration. But yeah, I mean, there are ideas now with rook c6.
I think rook c6 is very strong. If black allows it, I think I'm in trouble.
Right. But I can't do it now because you take on f2 and then just queen g3, right?
No, I think knight
no,
b6.
there's no queen g3 because my queen's on b3. Just queen f4, I guess. Right, if rook c6, take on f2, king f1, queen f4, and it's...
Yeah, you have to recapture it. I have to play the knight b6 move. I think if I don't play
Right.
knight b6, I'm in trouble.
So FG, knight b6. Yeah. I can't go rook c6 here because you just take on d4, right? Yeah, so bishop d2 was just aimed to stop queen d4 because bishop e3. I thought might
What
be
if was bishop e1 a move?
Bishop e1. I didn't like e1 because you take on d4,
Bishop
and then
f2.
after bishop f2, I thought you could even just go like queen d3, and like nothing special.
Well,
Maybe not
e6
queen
is
d3.
hanging.
Maybe I don't know, maybe queen e5. Let's say queen e5.
Oh, sorry, guys. I lost the position. Where were we at?
So instead of bishop d2, if we go bishop e1, the idea is I don't want the bishop on e3 to be target. You know, if I jump knight d5, knight f5, just the horses are going to annoy the bishop. So on f2, it's much safer. So I have to take it as black, I feel.
Yeah.
Then, I mean, I don't have to. I can play maybe knight f5 or something.
You know what else you can do? Yeah, you can go knight f5. And just...
yeah.
You don't even have to take on d4. Now you can take with the knight, and you're also threatening rook h7.
Right.
And rook c6 is never a threat. I was somehow worried moving the knight from...
Well, no, once you move the e7 knight, rook c6, you can just swing back to e7, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny because with your knight on e7, your queen is actually trapped. I guess except here with the d pawn, but.
Okay, so it looks like it was all.
Yeah,
okay
no, I
for
think.
black.
Oh no, knight f5. After knight f5, I think that's pretty much it. Right, queen f3 is my last ditch attempt. Knight d5. I was even considering rook c6 here, but you just take on d4, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm just too far gone. Rook c3, knight takes, queen e4, knight b5.
Yeah, this is.
It was a nice finish.
Yeah, really nice.
Check against check.
Instead of rook c5, I guess I was also looking at rook b3, but then just queen b6.
Yeah, queen b6. That's the
right,
important.
and now you force my king out. Yeah.
Because if I get the dark square diagonal, I think.
Right.
Also, you have to play like king f1. I get the other rook to the f5.
Oh yeah, no. At that point,
Yeah.
All your pieces are working together. Bishop g5. I was even expecting just to move like king a8 or something. Just like to not even have to worry about any sort of nonsense on f4. But I mean, you calculated it perfectly. I can't. I can't make anything happen after rook d5.
Yeah. I was always thinking that after like rook d5, I can just capture with pawn and move the king in the worst case scenario. But...
That's true. Yeah. Yeah. And then I'm just down too much material at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, really, really good game.
Good game, yeah, very interesting. I just looked at my game. This opening, you played like the b4. No one played bishop d6, from what I saw. So I'm not sure if my bishop d6 without f5 is good. from in the database. Otherwise, like year before, like there are games that, you know, Sam Savian, Moisenko, Sergei Movsesian, all people played like that. So it's, yeah.
I could do a lot worse than to play like them.
It's a good game, yeah.
Yeah.
So maybe Bishop D6 here, like maybe you can go something, I don't know. Yeah, but it's a definitely interesting opening if Black wants to play something kind of double-edged, you know, to attack. I was considering playing C6, but I was like, no, he's gonna just press forever. We're gonna play for 3 hours. I don't want to do that. I want to attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think strategically you made the right choice.
Yeah, well, good game.
Hard to get that against Catalan. Yeah, thanks guys for joining, and we'll see you tomorrow. Best of luck.
Okay, good luck tomorrow.
All right. Night, everyone.
Bye.
Alrighty, guys, that's gonna wrap it up for the stream. So that's the end of day one, round 2 of the All-Stars. So Fizzy won, scored the first win for the Dojo All-Stars. But unfortunately, Casa Corley, Teddy Coleman, and Katarina Nemtsova, they all won for the Invited Stars. So 3-1 for this round as well. 3-1 was the score in the first round. So that brings the total team score 6 versus 2. But in terms of the individual standings, looks like Katarina and Casa are the only 2 players on a perfect score so far. Alrighty, so next round is going to be taking place tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. Pacific time, 10 a.m. Eastern, same time as today. And yeah, should be 2 more exciting rounds for the first Dojo All-Stars. Yeah, super fun event. Shout out to mostly David for organizing and planning. DM Hoki as well for helping get everyone set up. And yeah, been a lot of fun. That's going to be it for the stream today. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it, had a good time, and yeah, we will see you back here tomorrow. All right, let's see who we're going to raid. Let's see here. Let's raid Benjamin. Alrighty, y'all. Enjoy Ben Feingold. Road to 2800 Blitz. Day 2. Have a good